cool. It's all about the future. Make your own past, future, whatever fucking bullshit you want to feed your audience and say, oh, look how fucking cool the music is, guys. It's so cool. The guitar riff, oh, it's fucking amazing. This film's shit. I'm sorry. This film's fucking garbage.
Okay, so hello everyone. We're live. It's so considering how this is the first thing you just heard, yeah, we're not gonna be defending the Snyder Cut. I'm sorry. But yeah. No. It's Discord is lagging. That's not good. Okay, Discord was lagging, so that was cool. But yeah, we're not gonna be defending the Snyder Cut. That's what I said. So yeah,
I've had to deal with this for a full fucking week, longer than all of you motherfuckers. I've had to deal with the bullshit of this film for a week, having to deal with people saying that this is better than Avengers, even on a subjective level. Fuck you. I'm sorry.
You might just say this film is better than Avengers.
I'm sorry, it's not. Avengers is so fucking good.
Hey, I had to watch these films side by side, scene by scene.
Yeah, I'm actually
down everything.
Yeah, I do want to mention Jeb made a document comparing the two cuts that I put in the description if you want to check it out. So if you want your beliefs that the Snyder Cut is
Josstice League is the better Josstice League film than the Snyder Cut. Fight me.
Yes, easily. So yeah, if you want your beliefs about the Snyder Cut to be challenged, just go to the description and check that document out, because yeah, not looking good for the Snyder Cut, to be honest.
It's not. It's looking really bad. It's looking really bad for Snyder Cut. I'm sorry, but I can only take so much Amazonian screaming.
Fucking Discord again. That's not good. My computer's being autism. That's not great.
I just love where Diana gives children lung cancer, and people are like, no, they're fine. I'm like, no, the silica dust there, when she destroyed that water building, those poor children. Anyway, we should probably do this structured, otherwise it's gonna be a fucking shit show.
Just 1 second, because I'm changing some settings on Discord, but so just before we start, because I'm trying to. Because it's being autism, and I think I know why it's being autism.
It's because you're hosting it, obviously.
Well, yeah, but, you know. Enable streamer mode? No.
Remove the Marcus. It will become objectively better.
I mean...
Lied to tears. Handy that you pointed out that Filmento made a video, because that's actually what we're going to be covering during this.
Oh my god!
Here...
It all rhymes.
Okay, I'm gonna need to relaunch Discord, so I guess I'm gonna be alone with chat for like a few seconds. I'll be right back.
I'll be out.
Okay. Hey chat, how you doing? I'm trying to work it out because Discord is being autism. My computer's just being autism since yesterday, but yeah, I wanna try to stream it right now. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't fuck it up a lot. But yeah, what are your guys' thoughts on the Snyder Cut? It's it's good, right? It's fucking fantastic. Jeb's document is the link to the stream. Is it, or am I? Is it the link to the stream?
Maybe.
Marcus,
hello?
Did I do that?
Marcus,
really? Am I that retarded?
You linked a YouTube video. You linked a YouTube video as the document.
Oopsie.
In the description.
Let me get the fucking...
What video is it? You linked the stream!
I think it's the stream, yeah. Wow, that's... I'm a genius. Here.
This is why we can't have good reputations for being professional. This guy right here.
Well...
It fits exactly with the topic we're talking about, because Snyder Cut is just as big of a mess.
I feel like I'm slightly better than the
I
Snyder
just-
Cut, to be honest.
I don't know. Sometimes with you,
You're not
I
making a
really
good
don't.
case right now, that's for sure.
Well, yeah.
He just forgot that he
Just
blinked
like the
the wrong
Snyder
way.
Cut, this intro is being extended.
Yes, this intro is overly extended. BatNick is gonna show up soon as well, so I guess we should wait till we begin the video. So let's talk about the film. I want to go from left to right. I want to know each of your thoughts summarized in a very comprehensive way. What do you think of the film Editron first?
I think this film's pretty shit. It's bottom of my list subjectively. Wonder Woman 84 is probably a worse film writing wise, and I'm happy to say that. I'm not that invested in saying which one's better. But I could not stand this film from start to finish. First, like 40 minutes, I think I tweeted, I was like, this is pretty much the same film. Like, nothing's really changed. And then as it went on, we got closer to that. There's a lot of tisms happening. Superman coming back. They didn't have a plan. Oh, fucking. And then we get to the third act. Barry Allen goes back in time, but he can't fucking use it earlier for some reason, but he has a rule. Fuck. This film's not very good. It's really, really bad. And people saying that this is like better than the original. I would love to know why. I would love to know why you guys think this film makes any more sense than the original. Because Josstice League is better than this cut. I'm sorry, it is. Fucking fight me. You can fight me all night. This film is bad. It's really bad.
It's really, really bad.
Okay, so where do I begin? So we watched it during the ECUM reacts, and it took me till the end to go, okay, this is worse than the Whedon cut, and I saw people saying otherwise, and I was like, okay, I need to prove this. So I watched them side by side, scene by scene, doing it by the Zack Snyder parts. I cannot believe how much worse this is. It's worse than Man of Steel. It's Snyder's worst DC film. It's basically the Whedon cut, but extras added on that don't help the film. There's some like scenes that are generally good, I think. For example, Cyborg's before becoming Cyborg, I think that scene's great. However, there's so much other issues like Cyborg's power levels, Flash could time travel and go to light speed even faster by the end of the film. You've got Darkseid forgetting that Earth has the anti-love equation. You've got
Discord fucking lagged again. That's cool.
diminished, and the people that say Cyborg and Flash are better, I categorically disagree. They get more time, but they don't do much with it, or they contradict. For example, with Cyborg, where he goes fuck the world after just helping some people. So it's like it's very muddled, or there's not much there. So yeah, this film's awful. It's god awful. I never want to watch it again.
Remember when you guys were about to watch the film, and I predicted that I thought you'd like it better than me? God, I'm so happy I was wrong.
Yeah. I'm so happy after we watched and I went on Twitter, you were just like, dude, I hated it so much. Because I felt like I was losing my mind because everyone was calling it a masterpiece.
Yeah, if everybody wants to go like a week ago on my Twitter, you can look at all my tweets as I'm watching the film and watch me lose my fucking mind.
I do want to address some stuff.
I went
on
a
chat.
more consistent story than this film.
So, Ultimate Blaze, he said, "Really, I thought you guys would like this. I have no clue why, but okay."
Why? Why did you think that any of us would like this film?
Like, I get Tin because he's a Snyder fan, but like me and Jeb, why would we like it?
Yeah.
So Jared Salazar made the joke. I enters both movies are bad. Leaves. Yeah. Both movies are bad, but 2017's is better. That's like the point we're making.
You can't You can't justify that take. Boy, you wait. You fucking wait. I did.
It's objectively
see
wrong.
on
Dude,
this.
check the description. We have a document that outlines exactly why.
We're started, boys.
And the
Chat
video we're
versus
gonna
income.
fucking cover is about this, so yeah, yeah.
I hope, in all seriousness, I do hope that I could prove that it is objectively worse. I don't want to get like needlessly hostile. This stream is set out to prove that, and the document. There's just so many different issues, and there's so much to get into here. I don't think people realise how much worse it is, and I think there's an inherent emotional bias because of the cause and the reason why this film exists.
Yeah,
And then there's the fact.
I think it's important that we say we support the cause. The fact that Snyder got his vision realized and not fucked over by Warner anymore, and the fact that the fans got what they wanted, that's all good. That doesn't make the film good though.
Yeah, like no. I have been very vocal on the fact that he should get his cut. So, you know, I also said before going in, this was going to be better than the Whedon cut. I was wrong, but as I was saying, I also think as well, due to it being 4 hours, and it has a lot of what Man of Steel does and Endgame does, in terms of having these huge, big moments or these flashy visuals that are attractive, it kind of stops you from seeing the issues as much as compared to films that are more toned down. So we will get into why this is worse than the Whedon cut.
I do want to say as well that I think it was me, and I think Southpaw on EFAP Movies.
Oh no. This is not good. Okay, everything you said, Editron, the stream just cut out, so.
Fuck!
Yeah, for some reason OBS decided, yeah, I'm gonna kill myself as well as Discord at the same time, so that was cool.
Is this still on right now?
I think so, yeah.
Let me check.
Oh no.
Yeah, it is on, I think. Okay, everything you said, Editron.
I swear to God, you and your fucking issues.
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
My computer is fucking dying. I have no idea why. That's I'm not happy. But yeah, Editron, repeat what you were saying. You said, I think it was me and Southpaw in the EFAP movies, and then after that you...
Yeah, he predicted that this version, the Snyder Cut, would be worse than Josstice League, and I also predicted that too on Twitter, and turns out, fucking Lord behold, we were possibly correct. I didn't think it happened.
Well, that's the thing, because, like, when you look at both cuts, because what's really funny is the fact that the people who were making the film, they were like, oh no, yeah, the Joss Whedon's cut is like 10% of is from Snyder, and then you watch the Snyder cut and it's like, no, like most of the Josstice League is from Snyder. They just added a few scenes and cut off a lot.
It's pretty much the first hour of the original. It's the same film.
You want to know the funniest part? The stuff that Whedon added in, most of it,
made the film
improved the fucking film.
Yeah.
It made the film better. And
Flash is a better character in Josstice League than Snyder Cut. Sorry, but he is.
Yeah, that's
I think he's more annoying in the Josstice League, but yeah, he's a better character.
Oh, it's like the scene of him going, "Whoa, it's like a cave, like a bad cave." It's like that is at least him having a character. We get hardly any of that in the Snyder Cut.
Well, the Snyder Cut, we have him be like, I'm gonna save Iris, but I'm gonna steal a fucking sausage first.
I need the hot dog, though. I need this hot dog.
Yes.
You know what's funny? He doesn't even, like, he shouldn't have saved Iris, because Iris is still feeling that impact force and being launched. She's not okay. She still had the crash. So thank you, Barry. You didn't really do much.
Well, it's like, it's interesting, like, how stuff just doesn't get science right. Because, like, remember when you said that, because of Whiplash or whatever, Wanda would be dead in the finale of WandaVision, and this is like the same principle of like people were making this shit, they just don't realize that what they've done is just kill this character.
There's a big one in the Snyder Cut when Superman lasers Batman and he uses his gauntlet. It then explodes and the laser hits his chest, and you could see it for a few frames.
Oh yeah,
Batman's
fuck!
dead.
I realized I didn't let Zod talk. Zod, what are your thoughts on the film?
Fuck off, son.
I'm sorry, Zod. My computer bietism fucking distracted me. The floor is yours. Say it.
Prick. Yeah. So anyway, the Snyder Cut. I liked it more than anyone else here did, which, and I don't know how, but I just did. But in terms of writing, it's a fucking catastrophe, to put it mildly. Just, it's actually impressive how just nothing works from scene to scene. Darkseid, I like Darkseid, not outside of this movie. So then I saw him in this movie, and he's a fucking retard. So that doesn't help. Flash and Cyborg are broken, and it is worse than Joss Whedon's version, and it's gonna be fun talking about why.
Yeah. Did I give my thoughts? Well, the film is shit. That's all I have to say. Fuck this film. Because I'm so done talking about this film.
Oh, but we've only just begun.
Yeah, no, this stream is gonna be great. I can only imagine all the dislikes.
Yeah, I'd probably be like a little bit more. I still think it's shit, but if this film was like an hour less, then I wouldn't be as like shitting on it as I am, because this film does not need to be 4 hours. It's the hour extra is not needed. It's 2 hours extra, but it could have been 3. It absolutely could have been 3 hours, and anyone who says otherwise is fucking lying.
It didn't even need to be 3 hours. It could have been 2 hours and a half. Genuinely.
Yeah, remember when Mauler tweeted like after they watched the film, like the bank scene, like the amount of shots that just linger on for no reason. Like there's no reason for it to be as long as it is. You could absolutely cut so much of the film, and it would be paced absolutely fine.
Then there's the fact there's a minute of Icelandic singing or Aquaman jumping off the pier.
I remember when we watched that, I was like, is there gonna be a point to this? And then she fucking sniffs his sweat.
I was like, okay, thanks Snyder for wasting my time. 10% of the movie is slow-mo. Yeah, that's right, it is. 24 minutes. It's unbelievable. Dear God, we got a lot to get into.
So in other words, we had a great time.
Yeah, no, that was great. And I can't wait to have to edit the fucking Snyder Cut ECUM.
I'm so glad I watched this. I got to see cinema be born. I'm so glad we got to witness cinema.
We got to witness actual cinema, like Martin Scorsese level cinema. I can only imagine what Martin Scorsese would say about this film.
Dude, in other words, the Snyder Cut saved my life, or changed my life.
Changed my life. That's,
whatever the fuck.
That's Brown Table's video.
Fucking video. Yeah, whatever you fucking called it.
Yeah. So, BatNick said he's almost here, so we gotta wait a few minutes before we start the video. But Editron, what do you think about when people compare the Snyder Cut to Avengers 2012?
I get really pissed off because I watched Avengers again last month, and I fucking loved every minute of it. It's such a good film.
Yeah,
it is by and large the best Avengers film, without a doubt. Best written, anyway. It absolutely is, because all the characters, bar or Hawkeye, but obviously within context, there's a reason for it. They're all great, especially Captain America. Like Cap gets so underdone by everybody who talks about the film because he's so good in it. He's such a great character in Avengers. Like, Jesus Christ, I love him so much. Like the conversation, like the fight between him and Tony. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. I love it. I love it. I love it. And when people compare this film to Avengers, how is this in the same breath other than it's superheroes? That's the only comparison you can make, because there is no way in reality anyone can actually make the argument that Avengers is a worse film than the Snyder Cut. It's unbearably stupid that anyone would make that argument. Because fuck me, Avengers is so airtight, so funny, so many great character arcs. Banner is great. Thor is pretty good. Fucking Nick Fury, everybody's great. And then with this, you get fucking Superman comes back and he has no character. It's so good. Fuck.
He comes back and tries to murder a lot of people because why not, I guess.
And apparently fucking Steppenwolf. What a great villain Steppenwolf is, because now he's
the thing
sad.
is, Steppenwolf is like the best part of the Snyder Cut, but like he's still really shit.
Honestly, yeah, he is an improvement in some regards, but yeah.
I just want to say no, he's not.
Oh,
no, he's not. It's Alfred. Alfred's the best part.
Oh yeah, Alfred. I forgot he was.
Oh yeah, Alfred is unironically the good part of this.
He's the only good part of the DCU is Alfred, to be honest.
Steppenwolf is worse in this version than in the Whedon version. He's more of an idiot.
Bruh.
Because
how?
Yeah, I know. There's like more instances where he should have killed the League. He's confirmed to be able to teleport anywhere. In the Whedon cut, he's never confirmed to do that or shown to do that. Then there's the fact that he forgets about the anti-life equation and Earth. And whilst in the Whedon cut, he seems to have forgotten Earth. It's the fact that Snyder has made that issue, but 20 times worse.
I mean, Joe, I forget where I live all the time.
It's like
very
easy
to lose,
it's the only battle he ever lost, but of course he's gonna forget it because, well, the plot needs him to forget.
Yeah. And the thing is, in the Whedon cut, you could justify, he might not know where Earth is because he was sent there without like any coordinates. Darkseid had them. That's me bullshitting a defense, but someone can use that. Whereas there is literally zero defense, and it has the anti-life equation and the mother boxes, and the anti-life equation is what Darkseid needs for the entire multiverse. So it's like you're literally worsening an issue that already exists rather than repairing it.
Amazing.
And that's pretty much anything like Whedon has in his theatrical cut. Snyder has done that and worsened it. That seems to be the key pattern.
Hi.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Hello.
So yeah, we have someone here. He's like a Nick, and he dresses like a bat. He's like a BatNick, and yes, he's here.
Oh my god.
You actually made the joke.
Yes.
Oh no.
I was forgetting, but Strike DM'd me on Discord. So yeah, BatNick is here. What are your thoughts on the Snyder Cut?
I am here. I enjoy parts of it, but I think it is pretty shit. It's most definitely better than the Whedon cut because Joss Whedon is as a hack sexist man, and because it doesn't have silly jokes that I don't like.
Yes.
There we go. That's my qualification.
Good. Yeah, Flash didn't
Yeah.
mention brunch, therefore it's a better cut. That's just automatic.
Yeah, and he didn't fall on Wonder Woman's tits, so automatically better.
Yes.
Yeah, instead he's like...
So, automatically better.
Yes.
Yeah, instead he's like, do you reckon she would date a younger guy? And yeah, I want to just bring this up. Yes, there's inappropriate jokes in the Whedon cut, and they are like annoying. Snyder Cut has their own versions as well, and they're very similar.
Yeah.
Believe me.
I think the only joke that I thought was decent in the film was Flash being like, "What's your superpower?" and Batman saying, "I'm rich." Like, other than that, everything was
Yeah,
really
and that's
funny.
that's in both versions, and it's decent. It's a decent joke.
If I had to say my favourite two jokes, or like pick my favourite out of each, my favourite one overall out of the two is the Batcave joke, and that's obviously my favourite in Whedon. My favourite in the Snyder Cut is Bruce going like, if I had £1 or something for every time, and Alfred goes, you'd still be insufferable, or something like that. That made me laugh.
Oh yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that.
I remember
yeah.
that.
I think we laughed when we watched it. So yeah, that.
I don't think I ever laughed though during the Snyder Cut. So
Yeah, I think I chuckled at that because I was just so bored, and when like the smallest amount of character was shown on the film, I was like, yeah,
please
this
give
is
me
fun.
anything, just make me smile. I'll take it.
One thing that I find really funny is how everyone is like, "Oh, dude, Superman's entrance, loved it so much," and I was like, "This is out of character for him. This scene is so bad." Like, I didn't care when he said not impressed. I'm like, that's not in character for him. Why would he say that?
So I'm just gonna
Well,
drop
not to
this.
mention,
I'll let you
not to
finish,
mention the
BatNick.
stuff with the freeze breath. It's like, I wonder if he could have froze Steppenwolf right then and there, you know? Or not even that, like freeze a limb or
laser
two.
eyes to fucking kill Steppenwolf
Yeah.
easier because like he used it to cut off like his horn or some shit, right? So he could have easily just killed Steppenwolf then and there, but I guess he doesn't because I don't know.
So
Well,
I'm gonna.
oh yeah.
I was gonna say I'm gonna drop a hot take. Probably Superman is better in the Whedon cut than in the Snyder cut because
absolutely.
he actually has a fucking character in the Whedon cut.
When he goes, good. Because I really like being alive. He's like, I don't mind that line at all.
Yep.
I don't really have a problem with it.
Yeah, like also, what I really enjoyed in the Whedon cut, because obviously they have civilians, which helps world building, by the way. She's seen how the world's been affected by this. He uses his super hearing and goes to the civilians and prioritizes them, and I'm like, yeah, that's good. Even though in
I thought that was a
context,
cool moment in isolation.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly me. Whereas in the Snyder cut, even the lowest scene, whilst it's good, it's not as good. That's the only part of character he gets. The rest, he's like basically God mode. That's it. And it's like Superman has more to this than being just this overpowered being. He has character, and that's what makes him so compelling, rather than just his powers. And I don't think Snyder understands that.
No, he doesn't.
No, but
I think
The fucking man is still willing to prove he clearly doesn't understand the character.
Yeah, like he literally has zero character during that entire thing, and the fact he doesn't kill Steppenwolf is even worse in the Snyder Cut because he does more deliberate harm to Steppenwolf, like lasering him. And
yeah, he lasers his fucking horn off.
And Steppenwolf should be dead because I think in both cuts, because the armor like gets lasered off, but we know the heat vision goes through the armor, so it should go through Steppenwolf, but it doesn't.
Yeah, but like when you have such genius fucking allegories when you film, just like this one that I sent, like, are you really gonna complain about it? Like, this is so good. Like, look at this shot. He's like Jesus.
Oh, I clapped. I clapped.
I clapped when I saw him be Jesus.
It represented
this has
a
never happened before in another film.
Applauded.
No, totally not.
My favorite thing is even when Superman gets the suit, which I thought didn't have an issue, I was like, wait. So he just did everything he did at a memorial in the first place. So that makes him kind of like a threat right now to the military. And he's just entered that facility, which is...
Discord again. That's cool. I'm quite happy. Whenever you want to come back, Discord.
Who knows? Just everything is fucking wrong in this car. There's like 2 scenes where I'm like, there's no issues. Even the Martha and Lois scene is worse because it's Martian Manhunter doing it, and Lois should have lost her job because it's been
that completely ruins the scene. It completely ruins it.
Yep. I don't get why.
Isolation. Remove the Martian Manhunter.
Yeah,
I don't understand. What's that? What? Can someone tell me what the actual point of that reveal means?
So the point, what he was trying to do is, introduced like for future films, and have this like cool moment that Martian Manhunter's going to join, but he didn't consider the world building implications and why Martian Manhunter's just refuses to help despite the stakes, and why he just chooses to help Lois. And it's so needless because you could just have that be Martha, and the scene is fine. Apart from the fact that
it instantly makes it better than the Whedon version.
Yeah.
But then you do that, and it fucks the whole scene.
No, yeah, you also have to ask questions like, okay, so I guess Martian Manhunter knows about like Superman's identity, and then he knows about his mom.
Oh yeah,
he knows about his relationship to
His
Lois.
identity because he's he works at the fucking news.
Daily Planet.
Yeah, Daily Planet.
Yeah.
Right. So like at least from Supergirl, I think
And
if you take someone's like a Martian Manhunter, if he takes someone's form, he can like see their memories or some shit. So maybe that's kind of the same. That's how he knows that Superman is Clark, I guess.
It's also
Probably
like,
a military person. Maybe I'm wrong.
it's also like, I don't, what's he doing? And also, wouldn't this give you more fucking reason for the military to be involved during the situation after they've been attacked as well by Steppenwolf? But they never are. And I'm like, yeah, Whedon, where is the military? But I'm even more so, where's the military in the Snyder Cut? And it's like, this is my point. Every issue I'm noticing with Whedon, Snyder, I'm like, this is the same, but even more pronounced.
The worst.
Yeah. It's, and like, he appears at the end and it's meant to be like, oh my god, Martian Manhunter's good for the team. And it's like, so you personally chose now to join, and you didn't think Batman would unite?
Hey, where were you when the world was ending,
Yeah.
bro?
Where have you been?
So like that raises a lot of questions, especially considering Wonder Woman 1984. So like, how long has he been on Earth? How old was he in 1984? And why didn't he try to stop Max Lord? And then we have
legitimately think about this. Right?
Man of Steel and BVS. Where was he? He was doing nothing.
Let me just say, like, legitimately think about this. In this film, the world dies. Like, they lose before Flash goes back in time. They lose. Where the fuck was he?
He was having a cup of tea with Martha Kent.
I think the animated show and like another Justice League animated movie did this better, because it's like, I think the government ended up taking Martian Manhunter like captive and like, you know, holding him like in a government facility. It's like Superman and Batman are the ones to find him. It's like, oh yeah, you could just, that's how you implement him into the universe. But it's like, no, he's been here this whole time and he knows just about everything, and he's like adjusted to human culture, and he understands stuff. It's like, oh, okay, then he's just kind of an asshole. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Here's
up. You're asking if they say that in the film. They don't. I'm just saying that's how it works in Supergirl, and maybe that's how it works in the DCU. But like,
yeah, but they don't establish that. So how would I fucking know?
Yeah. So
okay.
Supergirl John Jones is way better than DCU John Jones, easily.
Yes. So I want to make a disclaimer as well, because you brought up Wonder Woman 84. I did not consider those events into the place, and the reason being is because the Snyder Cut was already completed nearly before Wonder Woman 84. So I was like, you know what, I'll give you benefit of the doubt there and not consider those events. If I did, it'd be much worse. But also, to worsen the Martian Manhunter issue, he obviously goes, I don't think you were able to bring them together. So I'm like, if you didn't think that, wouldn't that give you more reason to help, because you think they would be able to win?
Imagine if he was the one trying to unite the Justice League.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everything he's seen.
Like, that would give him more reason, because he doesn't think Batman can do it.
But what you were mentioning about Wonder Woman 84, I feel like it's valid to bring it up, not because like just, you know, it's in the same universe, so like either way it'd be either Wonder Woman 84's fault or Snyder Cut's fault. So either way it's a problem. But I find it funnier the fact that Patty Jenkins said she consulted with Zack Snyder to while making Wonder Woman 84 to keep the continuity intact. And like, if you watch Wonder Woman 84, one of the first credits that shows up is Zack Snyder as an executive producer. So yeah,
So,
he clearly was like, he talked to Patty Jenkins about it. So to say that like if the continuity with those two is shitty, I don't know, I blame both films, I guess.
What?
Yeah,
Snyder's
so-
a bad filmmaker. What?
Impossible.
So I was like, I had enough to prove my point, but knowing that fact, I'm not even going to give it benefit of doubt anymore. So your film is now even worse, Snyder. Than
Well done. Well done, Snyder. You did so good.
Like, I was fair to you, and you took it away.
When did you learn to make films? On
On
a farm?
I just
Oh wait, I want to see if Zack Snyder actually went to a film school. Hold up.
By looking at his films, I don't think he did.
I really hope he did.
That would make my faith in society like just completely disappear if people were teaching people to make films like this.
Well, I don't think
Like-
Nolan did either. I don't think Tarantino did as well.
Tarantino, I don't think he did. Yeah.
Oh yeah. He went to Art Center College of Design in Pasadena, California. Okay.
So he
Well,
did.
there you have it.
That's
That's what they're teaching in California, or Pasadena specifically.
amazing.
Great.
Let me just. I want to show this on stream, but it's being kind of retarded. Let me just. But yeah. I'm just.
That's
I want to
perfect.
show this on stream to show that Patty Jenkins and Snyder did actually talk
Also-
before making
also-
the film. Oh shit! Why is it here?
someone Isaac just mentioned, what if she turned the mother box visible? I want to get on to something with the mother box. In the Whedon version, they destroy the mother boxes. In the Snyder version, the mother boxes are never destroyed. They are still there. They're still a threat.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, me too.
I was like, shit, they destroyed it in that version. So they're doing a cool pose, by the way, on that ledge, despite the mother boxes down there. Which ruins it a bit more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
fucking
did
blame
it, guys. We saved the world.
Also,
Amazing.
they also account for the parademons disappearing. In the Snyder version, there's no way they killed all those parademons. Like,
Oh yeah.
You know
Like-
what's people like to compare Zack Snyder's Justice League and Avengers. Like I can see the comparisons. I actually, when we were watching, I compared it a lot. So you remember how in Avengers 2012 they justify why all the goons died after the
Yeah.
after they
Yeah.
closed the
Yeah, they all
portal?
power down.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
in the Zack Snyder's, like you said, the parademons are just they're still there. Like they still could
They
have.
disappear.
Yeah, they just disappear in thin air
oh,
for some reason.
there are such.
The plot doesn't need them anymore. Plot doesn't need them, so they're just gone.
There are so many moments, and this is for Whedon as well, but again, it's worse for Snyder, where I'm like, where are parademons? Especially in the Central Dome, there are no parademons guarding that Unity. I think for the entire of Snyder, there's a load of guards doing it there, and Flash and Batman are dealing with them. And also, it makes more sense that all the parademons went towards Batman on his Batmobile, because he attracted them via sound. So they seem to hone in on that, whereas they just see like explosions of gun bullets. So they would be more tactical with just sending out like a certain amount rather than all of them going.
Yeah.
And it was set up. The sound figure was set up repeatedly throughout the film that they are sensitive to that noise and are attracted to it.
Yeah, something I think is like really cool with like when I was comparing the Snyder Cut to Avengers 2012 and like bits and pieces, it's like in the in Avengers 2012, it's like characters actually have to like work together to like and they have to work off of each other's strengths, and it makes for like really good action.
I mean, you remember
Whereas in,
that wonder in Avengers 2012 in the fucking third act where it's just we see Iron Man flying through and then he stops your fight with Captain America, like deflecting his beam with
Yeah.
his shield, and then we see
That scene is fucking
Hawkeye.
awesome. So good.
It's so
I
fucking
think
good.
I think that's also like a greater praise of like portions of like Endgame's bad, but like there's just this one bit I really like in the final battle with Thanos, and it's when Tony has Thor charge up his suit. It's like, oh, it feels like a callback to Avengers 2012.
It's a connected, it's a connected universe, and it's Tony Stark. That every time every event Tony goes through, he makes a suit that adapts to the situation that he's been in, so that the next fight he can use it to his advantage.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah, and I'm just thinking about it.
It's as if these characters are consistent mostly.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for the past few days, and it's like, imagine like how many cool scenes we could get if you balance the Justice League's powers correctly and like the characters were actually smart. Imagine all the cool combo moves you can do.
Which I just find it funny, like, you have Aquaman there. What is he gonna do? Like, can he control water or can he not? Because, like, the film is very inconsistent about it. If he
throws trident at them, real cool.
He bangs his trident on the ground and it, like, makes shockwaves, I think? Or something? I don't know.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I don't get it. But, like, so what do we have Aquaman do? Oh, he's gonna surf some guy and fall onto a building, and the building is gonna fucking collapse. Which, again, is worse in Snyder Cut, because in the Whedon Cut, they cut away before the building collapses, so...
No, they don't.
They don't?
No, you see the building collapse. I'm trying to remember what made this one better. I think it's just a small character dialogue that made it a bit better, but it's nearly the exact same scene.
Oh, right. Well, then never mind, I guess. But either way, the point is, like, you have Aquaman. You don't have anything to do with water there. You don't have the place be set near a fucking river or something, so they can try to use that to like environmental advantage. You just have him fucking surfing a guy. Like, he's flying and killing the people with his trident, and then he surfs a guy, and then he just like jumps onto the Batmobile for some reason, and then he jumps off, and like we never see him again until he's like fighting Steppenwolf with Wonder Woman and Cyborg, and it's like, okay, so what was he doing before this? And during, it's like he's so useless. Like, people say something like that about fucking Hawkeye, but like, no, he's so much more useful in Avengers 2012 than he is in than Aquaman is in this film.
He's very useful in Avengers 2012.
Something like that's really good about that final battle is how like they keep the continuity going, where it's like, okay, Cap tells Hawkeye, you're gonna scope out their routes and their plans and like how they move around the perimeter, and like him and Tony work in sync because Hawkeye's the one directing Iron Man like where to go like throughout the battle, which I think is a really cool detail.
Yeah, and even in the Whedon version, you've got Flash save the civilians. You've got I think Batman's dealing with parademons. Yeah, Batman's definitely dealing with parademons. Aquaman is. Cyborg's trying to separate the boxes. Then, Aquaman's here with Steppenwolf with Diana after doing the parademons. But they basically have their own roles and they're all communicating with each other. Nowhere near to the extent of the Avengers, and it's nowhere near that quality. But it's better than Snyder. And what I really appreciate is the reason why they're all there at the Batmobile is because they deliberately went against Batman's plan to protect him after Diana told that she would lead, which pays off that conflict they had resolved and shows their respect. And it also pays off her fear of being a leader, where she actually chooses to lead. Whereas in Snyder, they're just there. There's no explanation how they knew Batman was explicitly there or why they're explicitly there. We don't know if that's part of the plan. And there's one thing I noticed as well that's really stupid. So, the first time Cyborg's trying to separate the mother boxes, he's about to, and he's counting down. And Flash is just running around ready to charge. And then Steppenwolf steps in. So, it sets up that it's as soon as he touches it, that's when Flash is meant to run. But the second time he goes to separate the mother boxes, he does his signal Flash when he's already touching the mother boxes, which would have won them the fight completely. He just forgets to signal Flash for some reason.
So, wait, so he forgets to signal? So they lose because Cyborg is retarded for no reason.
Yeah.
Cyborg kind of forgot to signal Flash.
Yeah, literally he's there. He goes. So his fingers are near the mother boxes and he's slowly moving them and he's going 3, 2, then Steppenwolf steps in. Yeah. So he's counting down before he touches the mother boxes. Yeah, second time he's actually touching the mother boxes. And Flash is going, I can't hold this much longer. Can you fucking signal me? he just doesn't. Yeah, it's. But Snyder Cut better, I guess.
It's an
Yeah, but we
improvement.
totally got
It's an
the
guys,
greatest scene
we're being,
in any comic book
we're
movie
being
ever.
way too harsh. Guys, this film's an improvement. It is a masterpiece. We need to stop being haters. This film's flashy,
actually,
slow
that's
motion.
a good point. I'm gonna
Yeah.
look on IMDb to see what the rating is now, because it was 8.9
I can't
for a
wait
long
to see
time.
that.
It beat out Falcon and Winter Soldier in the first few days, like the
Fuck
first
off.
episode. That is.
Oh,
Winter-
it beat
no,
out
Falcon
Winter
Joker,
Soldier
dude. Joker
really
is
good.
8.4, and Zack Snyder's Justice League was like 8.9 for a long time.
That's
It's 8.3
so
now,
sad.
which means it's it has a better rating than any MCU film other than Infinity War and Endgame.
Bruh.
That's ridiculous.
Oh,
Jesus
no.
Christ.
I also.
How do you
So,
say?
I also wanna.
Did you
ask-
say 8.3?
8.3, yeah.
Okay, so Joker's still higher. So
Joker
there's
is,
some hope,
8.4.
guys.
Although, like, it has been declining steadily, which is expected. Like, Logan in the
Good,
first week, it was
Because
like
it's
9,
shit.
a 9.0, and then it was 8 point. I think it's 8.1 now. Oh yeah, Zack Snyder's Justice League is higher than Logan.
Oh,
Fuck
Oh,
off.
great.
of course,
Fantastic.
But I just wanna ask. I think everyone but Marcus this question: do you find it a problem that the Russian family live in an inclusion zone for radioactivity? Do you find that an issue? Do you think that's possible?
No, if they live in a radioactive place and they live
okay.
there, no.
So I
Or
did
sorry,
some-
yes, that would be a problem. My bad.
I did some research on this because I was like, can the Russian family live here? So I used the comparison of Chernobyl, and it turns out the inclusion zone, which is where you're not really ideally meant to be in because its radioactive levels are quite high. Well, people live in there. Over 100 people live there. They enjoy their lives. They live up to 63 years old.
Ah,
And it's also a tourist spot, but there's even a hotel you could stay at as a tourist.
Oh, wow.
So the Russian family living there, like people living there, not an issue. People can live there. What is an issue, I find, in the Whedon version, is that the heroes go towards the epicenter, so the radiation levels are higher, but they seem to be fine. However, in the Snyder version, this is worse, because Steppenwolf draws all the radiation into his dome, which means you've got basically Chernobyl Day 1, as Alyssa said, in that one area, which means they all should be dead. They're all dead, whereas in the Whedon, it's much more believable that the heroes can get closer and be fine, and it's 100% believable that a Russian family are living there. The more you know. The more you know.
Yeah.
Right, Whedon version's getting better every day.
Yeah. Like, it's impressive how much the Whedon version fixes. Like, it's still not a good film, but, like, it's pretty impressive, to be honest.
He tried.
Like, I'm sorry, Joss Whedon is a much better filmmaker than Zack Snyder could ever be. Like,
Oh, yeah,
Absolutely. He absolutely is.
like Whedon is a bad person.
Yeah,
like, what he's done is, like, shitty. At least what he's alleged.
He's a shitty person,
But yeah.
but we can separate the man from the craft.
Yeah,
The
it's
craft is
way
good.
better.
we didn't had a hand in making Buffy and Angel, which are like two they rank among my all-time favorite shows, and it's like those are
Oh, he
really
also
well
created
written.
Agents
Or
of
like
S.H.I.E.L.D..
they're hot. Yeah, it's like I just want everybody to know, anybody who watches this, that like anything Snyder makes will never reach the peaks of Buffy and Angel. Just never. It's not possible. Like
Yeah.
Nothing will reach the peak of even the worst of Age of Ultron. I'd honestly argue. That movie isn't good, but it has moments of that was pretty decent.
Oh, I love that
Yeah.
film, but it has some really bad writing for the plot
Yeah.
part, Ultron especially.
Mhm.
But yeah,
it's like the only MCU movie I hate the visuals. I just didn't like the color grading.
really, because when we covered Filmento's video, his biggest point arguing why Age of Ultron was better than Avengers was that the lighting was way better.
Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot about that video. Yeah. I didn't like it at all. It just, I don't know, just didn't sit with me.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issue with it. It looks more like a professional film, but like I don't know. I like the look of Avengers 2012. Like it looks more personal, I guess. The fact that it's shot on IMAX as well, I love. But yeah. Is everyone going to watch together?
No.
Yes, I am.
So Jeb's the only one who isn't a fucking retard. But yeah. So speaking of Filmento, we have a great video to cover, which is called.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I watched 3 minutes of it and I was like, yeah, no, this is good enough to cover. So it's called "Why Snyder Cut Worked Where Justice League Failed." So this is gonna be fun because we've been discussing for like 15 minutes how the Snyder Cut is way worse than the Whedon Cut. And
the problem with that title
proves it as well.
The problem with that title isn't the Justice League fail, because it did fail. It's the part where he says that the Snyder Cut worked.
Yeah. Let's just say as well, we've been discussing for 50 minutes. We still haven't come close to covering everything. So.
Oh no, there's way too much to cover in just this fucking intro, which is why we're covering the video to talk about it.
Yes.
So yeah, let's get started.
Be sure to stay till the end to see the Filmento cut of this video with extra never before seen footage.
Yeah. Oh, he made his own cut. Wow.
No, it's a running gag he made because they had this video. Well, I'm gonna pause for copy. Actually, I'm actually gonna pull up the fucking cover. Thanks.
This is
okay.
Pretty trash.
Oh, look,
we better cut this out.
It was though. It was trash.
So let's talk about that scene. Is it good? Jeb, I'd like you to start talking about that scene. Jeb, what do you think about that scene?
So, okay. Superficially, like in visuals and music, yeah, it's fine. But writing-wise,
visually, it's fine.
Yeah, writing-wise, everything gets destroyed in that singular moment, and I'm going to explain why. So,
here we go.
Flash has to travel faster than light speed in this. Now, given we know Captain Marvel traveling at light speed is an issue, I don't need to explain why this is. Secondly, Flash does this immediately, no build-up. Yeah, earlier he needed build-up. So, he could just travel this fast suddenly, immediately, which is very fucking OP. Then he claims the reason he doesn't, like, reverse time by the looks of it is this one rule. This isn't a valid defense because it's not explained why he has this rule. It's not explained how he learned it. It's not even developed. It just comes out of nowhere. And yeah, that's not justification for this. If we had seen why he doesn't do this rule, maybe he learns a lesson from the past because he's obviously done this before. That would do that. Now the big issue is he obviously reverses time enough and changes the timeline. So you either enter a paradox situation because the reason why he went back in time gets erased, therefore he should never go back in time, or you end up with a new timeline. Both have major repercussions, or should have major repercussions. Unfortunately, there's zero, there's nothing, which means you ask the question now, why can't Barry travel to, let's say, the future, or why can't he travel all the way further in the past? What is stopping these abilities? Because now all the stakes are ruined. Like, he could just stop Steppenwolf and get the third mother box, let's say. He could stop Silas from dying, whatever. This film, the scene's complete shit, and it breaks the entire thing. And it's meant to be a concluded point for Barry with his arc, and that's like this big character development. But we only get that in the intro. And
what arc?
Yeah, that's it. We don't get a middle bit. We don't get him like in the Whedon cut where he's doubting himself, which seems to be what this is going for, as if he had been doubting himself. So even then,
Jeb.
it doesn't work. It's a shit scene. It's not
True,
good.
but make your own future.
But it looked cool, and I clapped.
Why is
Look
that
at
line?
the blue.
Why that line? Okay, so here's an interesting fact about the blue. I know I'm prescribing to comics, so it's not really an issue. But in the comics, the colours are meant to signify how in tune with the Speed Force you are. Blue means you're the most in tune, therefore the fastest. So that means we see Flash immediately at his best in this film,
Oh, that's great.
rather than develop from red all the way to blue if they were going comics route. And what else was I going to add? The reason why Whedon's cut's better with the Flash is because he's helping people, and he even gets in a combat situation after being afraid before, and it doesn't break your entire film or the stakes. So yeah, this seems shit.
Yeah, it's a trend with Snyder. He just loves to make characters just overpowered, and he doesn't account for it at all. It's like everybody besides Batman, I think, has like moves that would just end fights so quickly. It's like Cyborg, he can hack anything. Wonder Woman has her bracelets. Flash, time travel. Superman is he's Superman in this instance. There's no like I think scaling. I think that's what you'd call it. Which is very unfortunate.
I have one question to ask. So we have like Flash keeps going on about like in this scene is like gotta break the rule, Barry. Gotta do it now. What's his rule?
Exactly.
What's the reasoning behind his rule?
I think
Can we get an explanation of what his rule is?
Ever, but like
Yeah, but
he
why?
went back in time accidentally before and nothing happened wrong, so I don't see what.
Okay, so Barry, can you kind of explain why you don't? Wouldn't that be like really helpful? But we can't do that because there'd be consequences. But we've got to have this moment.
What I want to address what BatNick said. The fact that Flash is so OP, it makes you wonder. Actually, let me rephrase. Flash is so OP. He's even more OP in this than in Whedon because Snyder tries to go by like real world physics, where he has to be very gentle with touchy things. He can't like carry things, so he could just like fully push Steppenwolf, and that'll do a lot of damage. And this goes for Superman as well. So Superman's even more OP, and they ignore that, by the way. But anyway, this means because Flash has that OP with Cyborg, with Diana, they didn't need to resurrect Superman at all.
Yeah.
There's not. Literally, they don't need. I never thought I'd say this. They don't need Superman.
Which is accounted for better in the Whedon cut to have Superman.
Yeah, because
it's
they
for
all.
better in like so many other things. It's just yeah.
Yeah, in the Whedon cut, what they do is have Flash had experience and like struggling to try and get combat situations, so he focused on citizens. Batman's an ordinary dude. Cyborg's trying to process all his powers, trying to learn new things every day, because more keeps getting added on. Wonder Woman, she's pretty much the same, and same for Aquaman. So you've got more reasoning why Superman is needed in this, and how he can help more. Whereas Snyder, yeah, literally no reason, because either Cyborg could deal with everything, or Flash could just deal with everything.
Hey Cyborg, why don't you like isolate Steppenwolf and just nuke him to hell or something? I don't know.
Take him to the
Why don't you
bottom
try
of-
that?
Just like that place is already deserted, right? So just send some fucking.
You can
bombs at
a
him.
missile
Missiles.
with the width where it will not affect any like civilians or anything like that. Just fucking bomb him.
Just nuclear testing facility, put a mother box
Exactly.
there as a trap.
There's no reason not to.
SK said, "Can he turn back time to before Superman died?"
In
Yeah,
theory,
probably
yeah.
can.
Oh, I want to bring.
Yeah.
I want to. Okay, so that's got me on another point now. I just want to address. See, you know when Superman starts shouting and it literally goes across the entire
Oh, God.
world.
Oh yeah.
Ah, the very
Yeah.
beginning of the film.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So because I'm a science nerd, I did the math on this on like how many
Fucking nerd.
decibels would be needed to do this. So based on an aircraft of 50,000 feet, they could only generate a sound like funnel of 50 miles of that sonic boom, and the front of that funnel can exceed 200 decibels. So if we use the 50 miles and divide the diameter of Earth by it to get the total distance for Superman's scream, we get 158 times more decibels, so we do 200 times that value. Superman is screaming at 31,670 decibels. Now, to put that in perspective, by the way, that's his front of it, but to put that in perspective, 200 decibels would kill someone, point blank. And I did some research on how much decibels would destroy the universe itself, and it said 1,100 decibels would cause a black hole enough to destroy the universe. SK, it's not a metaphor, it's literally real, people are hearing it. And it's shaking the mother boxes as well. It's a literal impact. It's not a metaphor. It's
like
not.
the idea that it's a metaphor. I think he's joking, but so
I was
funny.
gonna say, like someone, like I didn't even realise. If you're joking, my bad. But yeah, basically, he literally destroys the universe because 1,100 would, and it's like you did this in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Oh, he's like Black Canary. I just realized that. Black Canary's useless now.
Yay, another useless hero. Woo! Oh, I'll die happy knowing I hurt you deeply.
Hyzap said he donates up to Streamlabs and the notification
Yeah,
didn't come up.
I just saw it. Yeah. I'm just. But yeah, thanks
Thanks-
for the super
Thanks
chat.
for the money.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the money. I don't have like set
Ah.
up to show up on screen, and I forgot to leave the dashboard open because, well, it's me. How am I supposed to remember to do stuff? Not like we've been doing this for like half a year now. But yeah, thanks a lot. Let me open the Streamlabs dashboard. Where is it here?
I just love where
if you
about
guys,
now.
if you guys want to the super chat, we have the link in the description. FYI.
Yeah, don't feel obligated to, obviously, but I like how in an hour I think we're already proving that the Whedon cut is better.
Yeah.
I actually want to clarify something as well. While I do think it's the better film, I want to state I perceive films via its writing and its pacing, not stuff like music or visuals, which is where Snyder is better in.
Yeah.
By God, he is better in. But what matters, it's much worse. So I'm like, well, Whedon cut has to be better, and it's quite sad, really, that the amount of money and time Snyder gets, and he makes a worse product than a heavily studio interfered film that was completely rushed.
Okay, so I have
Such-
Streamlabs open. Just want to read his a super chat. He said it's like they took the post-credit scene from Deadpool 2 and said, "Let's do this, but serious. We're definitely naming our children Cher."
I mean, that's accurate.
And I know, Jeb, you
best
hate
part of
the
Deadpool 2
Deadpool
is
2 post-credit scene, so
Post-credit
Yeah, it's like my least favorite Marvel post-credit scene.
yeah, I find it really hilarious, but
Yeah,
I
but-
get it.
Yeah, but Deadpool shoots Ryan Reynolds in the head, so therefore funny.
Oh no, it's so funny when he kills the Ryan Reynolds.
No,
when he gets
it
Green
is
Lantern.
funny, but
Dude, I
is funny.
love that film so much. Like, it makes zero sense, but it's so funny.
Deadpool 2's not
I hate
good.
that film.
I was
hate
really
this-
disappointed by Deadpool 2. I really was. Me and Connor reviewed it about a year ago. You can go and watch it if you want.
I need to
it's probably
rewatch
not
it.
very
I
good.
only watched it in cinemas and I thought it was funny. So, but yeah, you asking chat? Yes, it was the first super chat of ECUM, so that's cool. And I guess now that we've watched 18 seconds of this video and talked for like 20 minutes, we're ready to get back to
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
do it.
Okay.
So he's making a point on Whedon like cutting this scene, which thank fuck he did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dostoevsky.
That.
Yeah, this is great.
Oh, sorry, he has a fucking character.
It's better than what we got.
He has a character.
It's.
He cares about he cares about the innocent guys. Bad.
Yeah, it's like the Russia family had, as I said, world building in the sense we're seeing how this impacts the world, and it gives Flash something to do that doesn't completely destroy all stakes in your film. Whilst it's not good, honestly, I think the Avengers is a perfect example of a team-up movie that's showing all the roles. It is miles better than what Snyder did, and the reason why people are like, "Oh my god, why did he get cut?" is because it looks cool. It's grand. It's epic.
Yeah, that's the only reason why people care about it being cut from the original. It's like, look how cool it is, guys! Oh, fucking awesome!
Yeah.
How is the awfulness of Whedon cut versus Snyder cut in comparison of time amount? I assume you mean like how long it is.
I mean, yeah, it's like how condensed the
film.
shittiness is within the amount of time. So like, you
Oh,
have a film that is 1 hour and has like 3 plot holes, and you have a film that's 4 hours long and has 12 plot holes. The amount of problems per hour is still the same.
Okay, so whilst Whedon cuts obviously pace a lot faster, it's got a lot more going on. It's still got much less issues than Snyder has in the 4 hours, and the rate per hour is a lot more. Nearly every single scene in the Snyder Cut has issues, whether it be because it's padded out needlessly, whether it's contrivance, plot hole, dumb character decision. 99% of scenes have an issue.
So yeah, Snyder Cut is worse in every conceivable way.
Yes.
Oh, look, it's Jontron.
Oh shit! Ninth Doctor's return to the
Oh yeah, they
with the other-
released a trailer for Big Finish today.
Yeah,
It
it's gonna
looks
be
pretty
in
good.
May 2021. That's cool.
I look forward to it.
Boo next joke.
Justice
In
versus
2017,
Justice.
director Joss Whedon and a couple top-tier Warner Brothers executives joined together to form Josstice League, a comic book team-up movie designed solely to give the executives their Christmas bonuses and Joss Whedon a chance to forcefully mangle the DCU into something more Marvel.
Tell me, do you bleed?
And you know what's funny? He does this, but Superman says only in the Whedon cut. He says the exact same line to Batman. He says, "Tell me, do you bleed?" So he's being very misrepresentative here.
Yeah, that's a contradiction, and as retarded as that line is, that scene in its entirety is better than the Whedon version because of
Yeah, I was about to say.
there's no so Flash, the way his speed works and the way Superman's speed works, therefore, is based on real world physics, so the damage is much more destructive. So like when Superman launches all the heroes, they should be dead because it's operating on again real world physics, and he's going full force. When he's trying to punch Flash, it jumps at him, massive damage because we could see what Flash could do just by skidding, and it's lift the tarmac. What else is there? There's no contingency plan, not even Lois. And Lois is not being told that her dead boyfriend is being dug up from the grave and revived, but there we go. Batman. Yeah, I
The
know.
gauntlets.
Yeah, the gauntlets, that shouldn't even be able to solve it anyway, but then, I don't know if you noticed, BatNick, you see in a few frames when it explodes and Batman goes flying, the heat vision is shooting Batman's chest.
Yep. I
Yep.
saw that and I was like, oh my god. What is
So-
this?
So,
Yeah.
Batman's dead. What else is there? Oh, he was going to laser Flash, but didn't. He took longer for some reason. Then there's the military involved using normal weaponry against Superman still. Then there's the fact Superman kills soldiers, and people keep going, no he doesn't, they escape. There's 2 in that first vehicle. They couldn't have escaped in time. They're dead. Southpaw's right. They're dead.
Yeah,
So
there's also like just this whole time nobody is going for that mother box that launched out of the sky and disappeared. Which is like Flash, you can grab it and take it somewhere. Like prioritize that because once Steppenwolf gets that, it's looking to be game over. So
I do want to ask you, this is very like not related, but what do you guys think of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the first show episodes?
I think it's great.
I like the first episode.
Have you seen the second one, BatNick?
I have not, but I've heard good things.
Yeah, it's way better
Really
than
good.
the first one. Yeah, it's really good.
yeah,
Neat.
9 out of 10.
Yeah, Zod, you've seen it, right? Just before ECUM started.
Yeah, I saw the second episode not an hour ago. So yeah, it was fantastic, basically.
Yeah. So someone, who you guys may know, called Hugh vs Babyface, he just tweeted saying Falcon and the Winter Soldier is shite, and I'm trying to understand why the fuck you would say this. And looking at the replies,
Dude,
I fucking hate life. Cause like,
Yeah, the replies are like, yeah, it's boring. It's so boring, guys.
imagine characters
dude,
having
imagine-
character. How
imagine
dare
This is
you?
why we get shitty content.
Imagine sitting down and being like, yeah, I find the scenes of, Bucky, having all these sort of regrets or this and that, not going too spoily into it, but imagine thinking that scene between Sam, Bucky, and the guy they meet late in the episode, imagine thinking that was boring. Like, honestly, fuck me.
So yeah, you have replies like this. Like, I tried to watch episode 1 twice and I couldn't keep my attention either time. Like, yeah, that doesn't mean the episode is dead though. You just have the attention span.
I'm sorry, your ape brain can't. Yeah, exactly.
Glad I didn't watch it. Yeah, how the fuck did they fuck up Bucky so much, bruh?
Somebody said they're the 2 most boring characters of the MCU, so I expect this. Okay then.
What? How?
Bucky's
wait,
totally the
did I just hear
most
they
boring
fuck-
character.
Did I just hear the claim that Bucky's been fucked up?
Yep, they're saying
How's
that
it been fucked up?
Let me get the link. I sent in the other. I sent it in the other GC. Let me send it here.
Bucky lit. Oh no. No.
He's great in the second episode. It's so good.
Yeah, like the thing is, I think Bucky's been better in this than the entire MCU.
I think this is his best thing here. I think he's great.
Yeah,
in
I'm
it. I
inclined
think
to agree
the best
as
thing he's
well.
been in.
How's he fucked up?
Yeah.
He literally, what is he doing with his life in this moment? He's doing therapy because he has to under his pardon, and because he's still trying to get over the Hydra stuff. He's helping an old individual because he killed his son. He's expressing regret. He's trying to amend his wrongs. Like, that's consistent with what he's done in during his Hydra years. The regret he's shown in Civil War. That is consistent. How's that ruined?
That's continued here more so. Like you have the ending where when he says like when the guy says like your people, and like obviously Sam like jokingly thinks he's talking about like white people, but he's talking about Hydra.
Yep.
And it's like it's really good, and the sort of regret you see. The actor is fucking
Sebastian Stan is
it's
fucking
like
fantastic.
fucking great.
Oh,
He's fantastic
no.
in it.
Oh, this tweet. Hang on. These people.
So I assume they concentrate on black women can
Uh.
get alone. Sort of like, what?
What?
She didn't even show
What?
up in the second
Fuck you.
episode. You fucking mongoloid.
Also, my favorite, honestly, my favorite moment with Bucky in episode 2 is when he lashes out at Falcon, going, "If Captain America was wrong about you, that maybe means he's wrong about me."
Yeah. Oh, that's such a good line. That's so good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not woke, you fucking degenerate cunt.
Yeah, but like, there's like
That's
this
also-
black dude and like this black woman. She can't get alone. Not like it makes sense with the fucking world building and the fact that yes, there is also
Listen.
racial bias in America. But no, whatever.
Politics are not allowed in my MCU. No.
Dude, haven't seen the second episode yet, but the first episode was certainly off to make whitey men bad.
What?
How?
How? When?
He's literally trying to redeem himself. What do you mean?
You fucking
So yeah, all these replies, what they're telling me is yes, people think the show is woke for some reason, and that's why they're not liking
No,
it.
it's not.
I hate people.
I want people to understand a clear distinction in life between SJW and progressive media. Because they can't. They literally can't. People like people like Critical Drinker, people like Neurotic, they cannot tell the difference. If they see usually any minority that's depicted in a way that's they're better than a non-minority, they seem to jump the gun on that it's SJW, and it's like that's not always the case. Think about the context. Think about what it represents. In Falcon and the Winter Soldier, none of those scenes are like that. In fact, in episode 2 with the police towards Falcon, that makes sense given the area he's in.
Oh yeah, the area is like it's completely justified because of the area he's in. My favorite joke in the episode is when the kid says, "Look, it's Black Falcon."
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Falcon, Sam goes to
great.
So you like black kids?
That was really funny.
It's so fucking funny.
I think they mean no man. This person in chat is say I think they mean the banker that denied them the loan, like that he's.
That's what he's referencing.
Yeah, as in white man bad, even though like he's a banker and he's not allowing them the loan because of like nothing to do with race. Like he says in the scene that they have no income for the past 5 years, which is like, oh, I was blipped, but he's like, well, considering how everyone is looking for a loan, I can't allow that.
The scene doesn't even reference race at
He's
all.
even like he's even a fan of Falcon. Like he wants to take a picture with him, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking retards, man.
I do not get what people are saying with SJW. Like, there is a strange amount of black people on the screen, I must say. I agree, Cupwise. Oh my god. Like, not even WandaVision, I would call it, but like, this is even
and the Winter
less so.
Soldier is the best thing we've had since Civil War. Fucking fight me.
Like,
Yes,
I just imagine if these people
so far,
watch
it's the best thing since Civil War.
I'm like, imagine if people watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., how would they react to, like, all the world building they do with, like, the Inhumans and what they do with that, I forgot his name, that gay Inhuman, who joins Daisy's team in season 3. Like, it's just, I don't get, like people would hate that so much, call it woke, despite it being like, no, that's how life works, and that's how you do world building. You show that people's experiences are different.
I hate these people.
So yeah, Falcon and Winter Soldier first 2 episodes are good. Someone in chat asked if we saw the Suicide Squad trailer. I did. I know Jeb and Zod did.
Great.
Did you, Zod? I don't know.
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah. So yeah, everyone has.
I watched it like 3 times.
Yeah, it was great. I love that trailer so much.
Dude, eating a bag of dicks on the beach is fucking funny.
It is. And it's even funnier when when like the woman asks him, why would someone put a bag of dicks on the beach? And he says, I don't know, I don't question what a madman would do. So good.
John Cena's fucking funny, man.
It's hilarious.
Jeb.
Oh, Jab died. Rip.
Oh no, how are we gonna rip this movie apart now?
No. Oh no. So yeah, I'm excited for Suicide Squad, though kind of worried, and I'm excited for Falcon and Winter Soldier.
I'm hoping
kind of worried as well.
Jeb, is your Discord still me? Can you hear us nice and clear?
I think I can. It was just like really laggy when you would talk about Suicide Squad, and I was like, oh, I want to join in.
Okay. Well, do you have something to say about Suicide Squad?
So I'm still a bit hesitant because it's DCU and it does look a bit hectic, but I do enjoy Gunn's work, especially the Guardians, and it just looks entertaining. It looks really entertaining.
Yeah.
Trailer made me laugh multiple times, and I'm excited for King Shark the most. And I just love the scene where he puts his hand up, and then someone goes, "We're going to die," and Polka Dot Man's like, "I hope we do." And then is it Bloodshot? Is that his name, Bloodshot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, "For fuck's sake!"
That was great.
So I'm quite hyped for this.
Yeah. I'm excited to see Harley Quinn done right for the first time since like the Harley Quinn show.
Dude, I actually liked her in the trailer. That's the first time I liked the.
She didn't sound annoying to me. I don't know. I don't know if they did anything different, but I wasn't annoyed by her presence.
Like I was quite endearing to her when she's like, "Well, I can go back inside. You can save me."
That was hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's
really
pure
funny.
Harley Quinn from like comics and the games. Like
Yeah, because she actually cares. She actually cares to like making her friends feel like they've accomplished something. You know?
Yeah, it's so good, dude. I love that trailer.
I want the trailer to
I like
be so
Red
good,
Flag
so-
too.
Oh yeah, I was
He
like,
seemed
I
seemed
was
up
really
there.
interested about it.
Seems
And
much
you
more
got Ozzy
charming. Like
Big
everybody
Rowdy
seems
in
much
it,
more
too.
charming
Yeah.
than the other Suicide Squad.
Yeah, hoping is good. Fingers crossed. Can't be any worse than this film though. That's for certain.
Oh yeah. And speaking of
fucking
it,
impressed
let
if it
us
was.
go back to this amazing video. We're going way
Oh, yeah.
too many tangents, but you know, whatever. I don't care. Anything is better
we're
than
talking
talking
about
about the
good.
Snyder Cut. Oh, Jeb died
Jeff.
again.
Okay, Jed, go again.
So yeah,
You might
actually,
need
yeah.
to
Let me
reset
tell a story to chat right now while Jeb is gone. So while looking for Jeb's back. Anyway, while looking for a video to cover on the ECUM, I was like, okay, so we need a bad video essay on Snyder Cut. Wouldn't be hard to find. So I first watched, I think it was Brown Tables, and no, it was Cosmonauts, and it was a bad video, but it was like, well, it's not enough to cover because I feel like we just go get through it really fast because like he contradicts himself a lot, but his points are really vague, so we can't really address his arguments really that well. And then I saw Brown Tables, and I was like, well, this video is like the most pretentious shit I've ever seen, but like he didn't say anything that was very interesting to like argue against. So then I remembered, because Thought Theater edited this video from a channel called Film Speak. It's called like why Zack Snyder's Justice League is a masterpiece or some shit, and it's like 25 minutes long, and it's like a review without spoilers, but like he separates it through chapters, and he goes like through each character, and he says like, oh, this character was better and this character was better. I was like, yeah, no, we can cover this video because it's a good way to start the discussion. If you were like gonna compare the two versions. But then Filmento came to the rescue and uploaded the perfect video where he literally compares the two versions and makes awful points because he's Filmento. So, you know, that was coming in at the 11th hour and saving us. There was also High Top's video that came out today, but I haven't had time to watch it yet to know if it's ECUM worthy. Maybe it is, but not for today. So yeah, that's my little anecdote. Now that Chap is back, we can continue the video.
Hello.
Right.
But in 2021, after a grueling 3-year war fought on the battlegrounds of Twitter, DC fans finally successfully rescued director Zack Snyder's original version of the movie in form of the Snyder Cut. Now, whether the Snyder Cut fully lives up to its 3-year build-up, that's for you to decide. But regardless of personal opinions, it is definitely an improvement over Josstice League, to the point where
Oh.
Okay, so
It's
pretty interesting.
Seems very contradictory.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to hear what he says. So he says, well, whether it lives up to the expectations set up by the 3-year wait is up to you to decide. So that's subjective. But what isn't subjective is the fact that this film is an improvement over Joss Whedon's cut. So it's an objective fact that this film is better than the other one, according to Filmento. So, interesting, I'd say.
Let's see, like qualifies it, I guess.
Well, I watched 3 minutes of this video just to know if it was ECUM worthy, and for me to stop so early in the video, not to spoil it for myself, that means the video is really that bad. So
where if Joss Whedon still wants to have a career after this, whatever he does next better be something really impressive. For one, at the very least, the Snyder Cut makes comprehensible sense.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No.
So not
Yeah.
only is it an objective fact that one film is better than the other, it's also he also says that this film makes comprehensible sense. So that is important for a film to be
It's
good.
the same film.
Just worse. So yeah, it doesn't make comprehensible sense. I know Jeb would have Jeb has a lot to say about this this subject, the serial notes, but yeah, it does not make a comprehensible sense. Like, I don't get anything that's going on in the film, to be honest. It's so confusing and bloated.
Yeah.
As nights of wondering what the f is a mother box, we now get to find out. Matter which allows them to scorch.
Hang on, but we get told this in, not to this extent, but we do get told this in the Whedon cut. If I find the exact quote.
Yeah, but Whedon Cut's bad, Jeb. It's bad. Therefore, it makes no sense.
Let me see. I'm pretty sure it gets explained. Certain, 100%.
Look how pretty and blue this frame is. It's so pretty.
It's like blue and stuff. It's really cool.
This is cinema.
Symbolic.
Yeah, it says here, mother box destroys as it creates. It's a circle of life, but a million times faster. My father thought it was the key to unlimited energy. New formulas, cellular regeneration, but it's too volatile to control. That's
So
one
that's an
point where
explanation, yeah. It's pretty much
Yeah,
what we
that's
know
one
about the
explanation.
Tesseract by the point we get to Avengers. So it's like enough of an explanation.
and it's also stated as like a change machine, which that term's self-explanatory.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
So-
he's wrong.
the Earth side, and also in a similar manner bring Superman back from the dead. Would have been pretty useful information in on top of that.
That is, hang on, that is, they literally established that the Unity will form and Steppenwolf will create his homeworld on Earth in 2017.
Yeah.
They actually explain better why they think it would revive Superman. Bruce says about how the reason why it was too volatile to Cyborg was because it was done on a human. It's too much power. But imagine if it's done to Superman. Imagine if we could revive
Yeah,
him
imagine
like
if
it
it was
was done with
someone
Cyborg.
stronger than the planet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the exact line. And he derives that from Cyborg. And Cyborg confirms, yeah, that's a high probability of working. In the Snyder Cut, we do get established how it would destroy the world the same way. But what we don't get established is as to why they think it will work. They say how it works, but it doesn't mean that resurrects the dead, because Cyborg was a dead, and Aquaman makes a point of that. And Bruce literally goes, yeah, we're relying on faith for this. Like, he literally says faith to Alfred.
But
yeah.
shouldn't
Like how
we
everybody
try to
cites
make
that as a
plan?
big
Yeah,
piece of
everyone.
character development.
Yeah, people say it's a positive because it's like, oh, they're building up. Like Zack Snyder deconstructed the characters to build them up back here to this point. And it's like, I don't know, dude.
I mean,
But
Bruce.
shouldn't we have like some sort of plan in case so something goes wrong? You never know. Something could go wrong. With alien tech.
So people go, it's a good character moment for it to be on faith, but they ignore a very big scene in the Whedon version, and that is the conflict of whether it's a good thing to do to revive Superman, where Batman pushes Diana and it causes tension to rise. And he explains his side, he explains why he's doing it, and Diana goes, this is because of your guilt. And he goes, don't talk to me about guilt when you've been away for 100 years. And this doesn't have the issue of Wonder Woman 84, by the way, because this is Whedon's version. We don't know if he consulted with Pat Jenkins.
He definitely did.
Whereas the Snyder version, yeah, so that issue doesn't exist. So there's still character development for Batman, and it's done even better because more is developed, more is understood of why he's choosing this. what his motivation is in that conflict. It reminds me a bit of when, not as good, but when Cap and Tony have their conflict about what they would do in situations where Tony would just cut the wire, Cap would let the guy crawl over him. Just people ignore that and it annoys me.
Yeah, but Cap's one-dimensional though.
Of course, so these characters are really
Yeah,
way
Avengers
better
2012 is popcorn blockbuster
Fucking
nothingness.
great. It's such
Totally.
a great film. So good.
Yeah, I really want to just I really want to rewatch Avengers 2012 now.
So,
Dude, it's so good.
The Snyder Cut is film that you can actually look at without having to avert your eyes. Now, yeah, we could have probably saved some time by using a bit less slow motion, and we still do have more.
No, not
Less
more,
of slow
please.
motion. So 10% of the film is slow motion.
Please.
It's
I don't want
24.
more motion.
It's 24 minutes of slow motion in the film. 24.
That's insane.
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
24 minutes.
So
And
Like,
the thing
the
is,
flash
like, the-
scenes are understandable. They're understandable. But why is
Yeah.
everyone else in fucking slow motion?
the thing is as well, there's like moments where you think slow mo be used during the film, and then there's moments where for some reason it is used. So like where it should have been used is when the Queen's running from the dome. For some reason, it's slow mo. I don't understand.
Yeah.
We
Just
need
have
to
a run.
draw this epic moment out and just
Or-
milk every moment.
And I know this is in the Whedon version, but it's not as bad. As you can see, this is a recurrent point I'm making. But Aquaman jumping off the pier. In both versions, that didn't need to be slow mo, but it's even longer in Snyder for some reason. I don't
Yeah, and they play a
understand.
song too. There's a lot of music, like not just like composed music, but like just stuff like extra stuff from like actual songs or whatever. It's like, oh my god, Snyder loves his music and his visuals.
they look so
Yeah.
cool though.
Even the song choices. I think where Lois is going to remember Superman, I think that's better in the Snyder version, especially because the chocolate's fucking lyric. But take Aquaman jumping into the sea. That's much better in Whedon, song choice wise.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
women singing is so cool.
Like
So
she sniffed
atmospheric,
his
just
fucking shirt.
symbolism.
Isn't that awesome?
Oh, I was referred to when he jumps off the pier and it has the song in the background, and they changed it for
Oh,
the Snyder version, and the Whedon version's better with the song.
Yeah, the version in the Snyder Cut was so out of place. I think I mentioned that while we were watching the recording. I was like, this seems
Yeah.
really weird.
Yeah, we brought it up.
Yeah, so
CGI monstrosities, but nothing even close to the monstrosities from a few years ago.
oh my god.
That's not okay.
so-
Okay, I'm gonna just quickly defend this scene. I don't think there's much wrong writing wise with this scene.
No, he's talking about CGI
Yeah.
at this moment. He's not a. He's
Yeah,
just
he's-
saying. He's
yeah.
saying.
That's not
So-
right.
He's saying there are CGI
Fucking-
monstrosities in the Snyder Cut, but they're not as bad as in the Whedon cut because
It's
the
the
Whedon
thing,
cut had
though.
the fucking
The
upper lip.
CGI isn't specifically Whedon's fault.
But the problem is the issue exists, doesn't matter how full. But what I want to counter with is that there are a lot of scenes where there are like visual issues, especially with CGI. I could say a few,
Yeah.
like the green screens are still there. When Bruce is
Yeah.
driving onto the highway with Flash, that looks really bad.
Oh, dude, at the
Yeah.
very beginning of the film, when Lex in like the pool, the CGI for that looks fucking garbage.
The Battle from 5,000 years ago still looks garbage. The Thermoscara dome starting to collapse. Not like when it falls down the cliff, but the door shutting. Looks really bad. The final fight looks really bad at points. Cyborg is better, but not as good at points because of reflective surfaces. There's another one that comes to mind. There's like a really bad one. Oh, when Diana's at the site where the arrow was launched, there's like a really bad CGI point there. So they exist in both. I just think it is worse for Whedon, but we can't just ignore Snyder.
Yeah. Hmm.
Is it?
It's a 4-hour movie, so most likely there's hours worth of individual surface level improvements to point out, which I'm not gonna.
Okay, so I'm going to say a bit of a hot take on this. So
There we go.
I have debated this, but the brunch joke, although it's an awful joke, the scene is better with it, and the reason being is, Flash going "I need friends" in the Snyder version feels a bit stilted, but
Yeah.
it doesn't tell you much about his character either. The brunch joke tells you why Barry's alone, why he feels alone, and why he's
So slow.
socially struggles. Yeah, and you could argue, and it has been argued, yeah, we see that in the opening for Snyder though, and I agree, but that doesn't change this scene being an issue comparatively. So therefore, you should just alter the line altogether. To be
also,
honest,
I think this is my hot take too. I don't mind when Bruce says, "I'll try to keep up." I think that's a cute line. I'm sorry, I think it's a cute line.
yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I don't really. have an issue with
Because in that scene, he's trying to sort of endear himself to Flash, like to make him feel comfortable. You know, he's trying to like, "You're part of the team, man. I'll try to keep up with you." You know, there's there's something there.
So
Okay, it's
someone
just.
went with.
Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, someone asked if the slow motion is a subjective problem,
Oh,
and
that's
I'm
what I
like,
was gonna bring up.
well, it can be to an extent, but in terms of objectivity, we think, what is the purpose of slow mo in that moment? How does it add to the scene? So, like with Flash, it makes sense. It's showing how the world looks around him. But where like the Queen is running, why is there slow mo? What's the point? What does it add? So it's like you're padding it out more needlessly.
Well, we
Was
just
there a fucking-
think of a. Sorry, what were you saying, Zod?
It doesn't.
I was gonna say, was there a fucking slow-mo sesame seed as well?
Yes, there. Sesame seed falling out of the burger.
Oh,
that was slow mo.
Here's the thing, and with the slow mo, when there's 24 minutes of slow mo, it really messes up with the pacing. So in that sense, yes, it can be quite damaging to the film.
Like it is. You can argue it's subjective. I don't really care, but like if you just think of from like a perspective of Chekhov's gun, where like you only keep in the film's stuff that is relevant to the plot. Like everything you add has to have some significance. Why is the slow mo gonna have significance? Like what does it add? Like sometimes I get it. You're to have slow motion. Like Avengers 2012 has it at points as well. Like we were mentioning it, but like to have it be 24 minutes in the entire film, it's way too much. And like most of the scenes where they have slow motion, it's really unnecessary. Like we have fucking Aquaman, like on the pier and the water hitting his face, and we have a shot of his face with water on it in slow motion. Like, what does that add to the film?
Because it's really hot.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
that's
not
the only
funny,
thing. Like
guys.
Jason Momoa was hot, therefore we do this.
Like, in Avengers 2012, like you mentioned, we have a slow mo shot of Captain America at the low point. And it's just before the government are like suggesting sending in a nuke into New York. The reason they use the slow mo is to like get across the sort of like low point of the battle. Like this is them at
there's
their
also-
at their bottom.
yeah, the Hawkeye when he jumps off the building and shoots like the grappling arrow or whatever, and launches into the building.
Yeah.
It's like a last ditch effort after when he's like jumping off. You know,
Yeah, he ran out of arrows.
Yeah,
at
'cause
that
this
point,
is-
right?
slow mo has an actual purpose.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like to reinforce some idea of like how important something is. But when you have it all the time for
Exactly.
meaningless shit, it's really not.
It loses its meaning.
Yep.
It loses its sort of like importance within the film when like 10% of your film is slow mo. It does not feel as impactful as the first time you do it. You know, every time you use it, you lose something. You know, it's not as good. You got to use it sparingly within your film, otherwise it becomes the norm. it's not special anymore.
Yeah, the 4-hour runtime is not justified in the slightest for this movie.
No, it's not.
There's so much.
This could be less than 3 hours. I'm sorry, but it could be. It being 4 hours
Yeah.
is absolutely like, we need to make this feel like an epic film, you know? This has all been building up to this. It's like
It destroys me when I see people compare this to Lord of the Rings. It's like, oh no.
No.
Yeah.
Like Return of the King, it earns the 4 hours and 20 minutes, dude. Like I could watch that film 3 times in a day and not be tired. This film I watch it once and I'm like, I'm never want to watch it again.
Almost as if we can happily watch hours on hours of good content.
Yep. If you make something good, people will want to watch it. That's the bottom line. Well, if you make something shit, people will want to watch it as well because everyone fucking loves the Snyder Cut. So what do I know?
Yeah, exactly. This is proof of that as well. So yeah.
People's standards are way too low.
Gonna do here today. Nobody on Twitter has been fighting for a Filmento cut of the Snyder Cut just yet. But what I thought would be really interesting and useful to do is to visit my old videos identifying the main core issues I had with Josstice League and contrast those against the Snyder Cut to see if they've been fixed. And the answer is, they have been. They really have been. So the actual question...
Just you wait, Filmento. Just you wait.
That's the
You're
part
my
that
sweet
summer child.
is more just about how that was done. And so today, let's compare these two films side by side to see how one far exceeded the other and hopefully learn something about filmmaking in the process. Let's see how Justice League's worst flaws became the Snyder Cut's greatest strengths.
It's such an essay line. What the happening? Okay.
The first underlying problem with Justice League was that everything happened at superficial face value, which made everything that happened come off as trivial and boring. When we
Oh yes.
Really?
So there's an issue with that. So he said it's superficial, and then he attributes subjective terms to it. So it's probably boring for him. I was more entertained by this version than the Snyder Cut. I actually had somewhat of entertainment to it, and I think part of that's Snyder Cut. But yeah, these are subjective terms. So
yeah, and like just say the Joss Whedon's version is boring while Snyder's isn't that's a take.
it's a
first
lie.
went to fight Steppenwolf, that's what happened, and that's it. When we went to resurrect Superman, that's what happened, and that's it. When we went to fight Steppenwolf a second time...
Is this guy still bothering you?
Okay.
What? But that's so you're just going. That's what happened, and that was it. Can't I just attribute that same logic to this? You need to substance, because he's trying to go. There's nothing beneath the surface, but he's not showing how that's the case. He's just going, that's happened. That's it.
Well, yeah. There's a scene where it's like the second scene where Lois is mourning Superman, and it doesn't do anything new with her character. It doesn't develop anything. It's just like, oh, here's another scene of Lois being sad. It's like,
Yeah.
remember the
And
slow-mo of
take
her walking
the-
out of the coffee shop and you see Zack Snyder in the background. That's so cool.
And take one of the references he used, which is the nest fight. More happens in that is in terms of character building than in the Snyder version, because Flash is nervous, so he's actually helping the hostages. Cyborg's keeping guard while Flash runs them out, so that's those two accounted for. Diana and Aquaman are taking on Steppenwolf, and Batman's taking on the Parademons. Whereas, what does Flash do in this version? Oh, Flash is like a tour guide, which, to be honest, it's not really needed.
Oh yeah,
Cyborg's
no, that
powerful
scene
enough
is
to do
super
it,
weird because he just doesn't attack anyone. And
Yeah.
and then he runs up the stairs being like, okay, come on, let's go. And like, oh, I guess he can't carry them even though
use your
he
speed.
fucking
Yeah.
carried, he fucking carried Iris out of the fucking car crash, so he clearly can't do that. And if he has to
Yeah,
be
it's
careful,
like-
just be careful with them as well. Like, I don't get it. And if it's like, oh, it's his lightning, and if that's the case, then whenever he uses his super speed close to them in that scene, people would be hurt by his lightning. So that's not the case either. So there are no defenses. He just doesn't carry them because that happens.
And even if we go on the premise, okay, he can't carry them, he's not needed anyway. Cyborg has enough weaponry on him to deal with it alone, which we see later on in the film as well. And there's no reason why he can't use them, unlike in Josstice where he's landing. So Flash is not really doing anything really important or necessary for him. He's only needed because a bit of a debris flies down onto the people, fortunately. Batman's pretty much the same, except he calls the Nightcrawler later for some reason. I don't know why he does that. Literally, that whole so I was analysing that, and he goes to fight the parademons in the Centroid. He gets shot at, then he goes to take cover. That's when he calls the Nightcrawler. Yeah, he should have done it earlier. And none of the parademons go after him. Whereas he calls the Nightcrawler when he's taken on that parademon that launched him against the pipe, and he uses his grapple gun on.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments of like, just the parademons are really like incompetent. It's like, I don't know if you guys saw in the opening, like the Themyscira scene where Steppenwolf comes to get the first mother box. You can see in the background one of the parademons lands next to an Amazon and doesn't shoot that Amazon, but starts shooting at Amazons that are farther away. It looks. I died when I figured that out. It was so funny.
And the thing is, more often than not in this version, they forget they could shoot, which is Stormtrooper issue. They have Stormtrooper aim as well.
Yeah, but they're literally Stormtroopers in this film.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only point they actually managed to shoot is somehow when they get a lucky shot on Barry. And I'm like, how the fuck did you do that? How did
you get the Flash?
Of all people you get the shot right on, they get on the Flash.
Yeah, and the thing is, Flash always has super reflex, so he sees everything slower. That's even worse because he's running at super speed. He should never been shot. So the whole reason, the whole reason why he has this moment is not only forced, but there's something else to that moment. So that's actually part of the plan. Not for him to get shot, but Bruce literally goes to Flash, you're going to have to run faster than you ever have before, after seeing him run at light speed. So that means Bruce has planned for Flash to run faster than light speed to reverse time. But that gets directly contradicted a bit later on. So either Bruce is an idiot, or Flash can't actually charge the mother boxes. Take your pick of which one you want, that's an issue. The plan is better in the Whedon version. And on that note, they actually account for why Bruce just can't use his satellites, because Steppenwolf's blocking it in the area. Whereas in Snyder Cut, he can use his satellites, it doesn't. He could literally go 5 satellites for 5 continents and then 1 satellite for the 2 others. Never tried that. Don't know why. Anyway.
I couldn't even try to come up with a retarded defense as a joke. He's just too dumb.
I like Cope.
And the way this massively harmful negative turns into one of the Snyder Cut's greatest positives is because plot events no longer just happen. There's always something meaningful taking place within.
So funny you use that reference. Silas didn't have to die there because Cyborg could control the laser.
And he could also control the laser to try to kill Steppenwolf with instead of, just letting it happen. And there's also what you mentioned about like the whatchamacallit, the fucking temperature of the box after this, right, Jeff?
Well, yeah. So the laser can heat things up to 3.5 million Kelvin. So actually, you just raised an even bigger issue, Marcus. I didn't even account for this. Steppenwolf could withstand temperatures, apparently, of hotter than the surface of the sun. A lot hotter than the surface of the sun. 3.5 million Kelvin. How much is that in degrees? To put it in comparison for people. That is 3,499,000 degrees Celsius. So, yeah. Steppenwolf should have grabbed the mother box.
If he can withstand such temperatures, does that mean that Superman's laser is higher temperature than that? Because Superman's laser cuts him? And if that's the case, then how is Batman alive when he gets fucked with Superman's laser?
We've literally found a new issue. I thought I was done.
I love it when this happens.
Yeah, so that's a new issue, but yeah, the heat of that, they shouldn't even be in the area, really, because it's that hot. We do have real world applications, but like CERN could go trillions of degrees, but it's so like fractional because it's subatomic particles flashing that it has no effect unless you're literally in there or nearby, which people aren't. Just, I can't believe we discovered that.
So that's really good. So yeah, the film is even better now. Great.
In those plot events that makes them carry actual purposeful weight. For example, when we go to resurrect Superman, we don't just resurrect Superman, but instead the closer we get to that plot event, the more we get this unnerving sense that it might not be such a great idea.
We need you.
What? Yeah, they show Cyborg having visions of the future because I don't fucking know. And he sees a bunch of versions of the future that will never come to be because I don't fucking know. Like, stuff just happens in that scene. I wasn't tense.
Wait, so, yeah, I think they happen because obviously he looks... Actually, yeah, why do they happen? I don't know. But, so, they're events that will happen outright, and that's why he yells, no. Flash hears go, and it puts a question. So, all the rest of the team don't do anything about this. They don't hear anything different. And Cyborg has time to correct Flash by going, no, I said no. But doesn't. So, that's an issue.
Wonder Woman also has super speed. She could just get in front of Flash and be like, no, don't do this.
Yeah, and also, doesn't Wonder Woman have better hearing than an ordinary person, or am I making that up?
I think so because of Wonder Woman 84, where she just finds people through like her spidey sense, I guess.
Like either way, Cyborg at least should have corrected him, which means Superman Resurrected shouldn't have happened because Cyborg would have stopped it.
Yeah, so that entire scene now shouldn't exist. That's cool.
Hey.
Yep.
The Snyder Cut better establishes it's a bad idea? Hell no. What? Wait,
Yeah,
Ton, what are you saying? Well, it doesn't establish it better. It establishes it confusingly, and it happens for no apparent reason, like we just pointed out. I'm sorry, Ton.
Wait, what's he on about being established?
He says, the Snyder Cut better establishes it's a bad idea? Hell no. I imagine this being sarcastic, because it does establish... Because he thinks it establishes better? I'm confused.
Well, it's...
so confused.
So, if he's not being sarcastic and he means, oh, it better establishes more why it's a bad idea, well, the issue is, Whedon it does establish it, and it doesn't contradict it. There's a reason why they still go through with it. In the Snyder version, Cyborg literally says no, and nothing corrects. So they should have stopped as soon as he went no, because then he can explain.
Oh yeah, Tony even said, "You kidding, right?" So yeah, definitely, he's defending Snyder Cut.
So while you're right, it does better establish it's a bad idea. I don't care if Filmento suggests it does. Filmento's an idiot, but if it better suggests it's a bad idea, you're correct. But the problem is, it doesn't. It still presents an issue by the way it presents it. It can present it's a bad idea still, and have it have no issues. Is my point. Whedon Cut has 0 issues with doing that. Snyder does. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're just arguing from Filmento's point of view, then yeah, that's fair enough. Like, yeah, Filmento is being
So everyone says no, no.
Bored now. Just do it.
This action is irreversible.
Okay. I'm gonna put the cover on because this copyright.
The more doubt we get from our heroes and the ship AI, the more flashes of the potential dark future we see, the
Why
more
does
we
it
start
happen?
to sense the impactful stakes tied to what's about to happen.
Yeah, so why
Resurrecting
did they go
Superman
through
isn't
it?
something we're just gonna do, it's something that comes off as an actual big deal with real, actual consequential meaning.
Real
Which is
actual.
real actual fucking
Real actual, real actual,
real actual
Read your
genuine literal fucking kill yourself, dude. Like
legitimate
legitimate.
possibility. Bullshit.
I remember proofreading a script of a thought theater, and he had like a legitimate, like this is as like actual legitimate conflict, and I was like, don't use that. So like
Actual
why-
conflict.
yeah, it's like why do you always use words like this, like actual, genuine, legitimate,
When you're saying
literal?
stuff like that in real life, it's or like in a conversation with a person, like in those cases, you're saying it as like, no, I seriously like mean this. But when you're doing like a script or something, it's like,
Yeah, like
it
this
doesn't
is
work.
meaningless because you're just like reaffirming the thing you said instead of using references to justify it. And
Continue in your
and like, what are the consequences really? Because the Snyder Cut is done after this. The Snyderverse is done after this. What Warner already confirmed. So like this nightmare universe is never gonna happen. This nightmare timeline or whatever.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank fuck. And like he comes back and he wins the fight in the end. He doesn't kill Darkseid for some reason. Like he could have just lasered through the fucking portal, but he doesn't. So it's like,
No, they had to stare at each other.
yes, that's way more menacing. But like I do not get what he's saying with like actual consequences, because like there are no consequences of that come from this. Like they fight for a bit, some people die, but like they don't care, so there aren't consequences for that. And like Superman becomes evil because Cyborg decides to shoot him because plot needs that to happen, I guess. So it's like it's so
we need him to
worthless. Yeah, it's so worthless.
Also-
I don't get how you say this is like has genuine consequences. Fuck off.
Also, a comment says it's a dumb idea in both versions, referring to Superman's resurrection. In Whedon's, I wouldn't say it's a dumb idea, and the reason being is they give no explanation why they think it'll work. Cyborg backs up with calculations. They have a contingency in place, albeit they should also have kryptonite, but they still have a contingency, and they have more of a need and necessity to do it, compared to Snyder, where they don't need Superman, they don't have a contingency, they don't have a clear idea on why it will work. It's just a bad idea in every conceivable way. So I don't think it's dumb in the Whedon version. I wouldn't say that.
Someone in chat asked, can it be real without being actual? And I just searched for the meaning of actual, and in similar words, it has real, true, genuine, authentic, verified, tested, confirmed. All words that I reference. So
Synonyms.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I clicked on the wrong thing. So yeah, it does indeed. It cannot be real without being actual. They're mean the same thing.
To build on this, take the plot event soon after where Steppenwolf gets the last mother box, which in Josstice League just happened off screen. Well, it doesn't just happen this time. This time we get this
Hang
extensive...
on.
Okay.
That didn't happen off screen. So what happens is they kind of just forget that the motherbox got launched, and then Steppenwolf arrives and takes it. You literally see him do that. In the Snyder Cut,
Yeah.
we get We get Silas walking over to it and picking it up. The military not concerned about this at all or tried to stop him, given what just happened. He runs to the facility. The reason being to, I guess, trap Steppenwolf? No. To try and prevent Steppenwolf.
Oh, I thought it was to destroy the bot, or not destroy it, but do the superheating thing or whatever. That's what I assumed.
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. So he goes to do the superheating thing. And then Cyborg enters the facility, and then Flash does. And it's like, how did Flash not get there first? My question, but
Exactly.
anyway,
Flash should be the
Yeah.
first person to get there.
they do that a lot. But you have that whole sequence where Cyborg could have stopped his dad's death, and all of that happens. So in the Whedon version, there's the only issue is they forget the mother box. Other than that, it's fine. In the Snyder version, you got Cyborg could have saved his dad. Flash should have arrived there first and did something. Cyborg could have helped stop the situation, even without using tech. Silas shouldn't even got his hands on the mother box. It's just more issues as it's drawn out more.
So
So yeah, it's worse.
Yep. So like that's the thing. Filmento says as a point of praise that the film isn't that the Snyder Cut isn't as superficial, but what makes it not superficial is what makes the scene worse, because it's trying to give more depth to everything that's going on, which in turn means that that it has more issues because the writing makes no sense in anything. So it's like they tried to be more risky, but of course it fails because it's Chris Terrio writing the fucking script. Yeah, this guy fucking.
His
wrote
advice:
Justice League.
don't get him to write your films.
Yeah, he wrote TROS and fucking the Justice League.
BVS as well, I think.
BVS, yeah. So please
Yeah.
do not ever hire him again, please, for the love of God.
Moment within it where Cyborg's dad takes the mother box before Steppenwolf can get it and sacrifices himself in order to overheat it in a
Why doesn't Flash get here before anyone? Why does Cyborg not stop his dad from dying? And we already asked this. What is this?
way that our heroes can track it later on. The plot event doesn't just trivially occur at face value, but instead there's something in it to give it weight.
What? We just
so
said he
that's-
didn't
that's
have to die,
false.
so that's just retarded.
Oh, also,
Yeah, but Marcus, we need emotion. We need fucking emotion.
Right.
also,
We need sacrificial characters to make it meaningful.
in the Whedon version, it's not trivial as to how Steppenwolf gets the mother box. Well, if you count them forgetting it, then yeah, it is. But that's Zack
They also
Snyder.
forget about it in the
But
Snyder Cut, so...
What happens is Steppenwolf naturally gets it because it activated because they resurrected Superman.
Yeah.
Shock. That's not trivial at all. That makes sense. That follows.
And like, I was also thinking, couldn't Cyborg's dad, couldn't he just have walked out of the fucking of that glass box, like getting to the other side, closing the door, activating the thing, because he had plenty of time, and then he doesn't die, and the mother box is also marked with whatever you wanted to mark it with, the fucking heat signature.
Yeah.
He could have just
Yeah,
done
I'm not
that.
entirely sure.
Moment.
Unless I've missed something, I'm not entirely sure why he couldn't do that in time.
Because when he's like, he looks back, it isn't Cyborg and Steppenwolf still behind the door.
Yes, I think.
Yeah,
So
like
can't he literally
once
just,
he
like,
leaves
run
the
out?
box inside the mother box inside the glass box, he could have just walked out, closed the door because he closes it manually anyway, and then he uses the remote control because he has a remote control, which means he could have done it outside. Like, unless it's a remote control that can only be used inside, which is a retarded design for something like that.
That's
so.
stupid. That's stupid.
So yeah, either way, it's
Why would
retarded.
you?
Like, you have
you,
two retarded things.
you can
just kinda
only
run around.
activate this if you want to kill yourself.
Lazy.
It's the suicide box.
suicide box. You can kill yourself and also destroy something at the meantime. It's like win-win.
Mother box. He has the last one.
Okay.
The mother box. He has the last one.
Why are you so confused, man?
He's
So-
like confused why they changed it at this point. He's like, oh, why did they cut that out? It seems so
but-
emotionally impactful.
But where? But where's the emotion? I can't compute. Where's the emotion?
He's like,
Yeah,
it's,
sacrificing himself for the kid. Isn't that meaningful? Because like, he's been
Well, I was
neglected
gonna
his
say,
entire
it's
life.
like-
Isn't that cool?
Typically, well, I mean, not typically, but in the DC animated movie universe and in Doom Patrol, it's like Cyborg has to deal with, like, his dad never dies. He just has to deal with, like, their relationship and how he's typically very, like, cold and distant. And then, like, even in the Whedon cut, that's like at the end of the movie, I guess they reconcile. I don't know. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, now they're working together to understand the mechanics of Victor. It's like, oh, that's kind of neat. That like leads to a lot of like really cool potential. It's like, nah, we're just gonna have this like really meaningless sacrifice.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like the plot point is his whole thing is it's drawn out more, but again that creates issues. And someone asked in the chat, I thought Cyborg was studs there in the moment. Given that he's mainly a logical machine, why would he be stunted? Why does? And I wouldn't say he's stunted because he seems more like
Wait,
He
he's
feels
if he has like wants and he's connected to a machine that completely understand what he wants at this point. The only thing he'd want is for his father not to die, and the machine has like automatic systems, as is shown by him attacking Superman out of nowhere. So that means the machine would obviously know what to do by itself. It doesn't really need to have like
Yeah.
Cyborg 100% completely thinking about what's happening. So
yeah, that was the point I was about to go on. And also when he's reaching out, it's clear he's trying to do an action anyway, so he's already processed what's happening.
yep. And it's like you still
So-
have the fact that Silas himself could have gotten out, and Flash could have stopped. It could have gotten him because super speed. So
Pretty much.
so even then, even if that was correct, the issue still exists. So.
And the same again and again. We always get something meaningful within the plot events to make them worth something.
Oh, don't show this scene.
Is he really saying that
Oh,
this
don't
scene
show
is
this
more
bit.
meaningful? Oh no! Oh no!
Don't
no,
shoot
no.
that next bit.
Oh my god! How do you say that this moment is meaningful? Like genuinely,
Okay.
it only adds problems.
So
it makes
he's
Wonder Woman a
saying he's the
murderer.
old man.
She causes
Okay.
all these people to have fucking lung cancer, and she destroys the fucking museum she works at. I imagine so.
Yeah, like again to explain the lung cancer is silica dust for the people wondering. Also she almost harms police. She brutally murders the terrorists, and you could go, well, you know, they're terrorists. Remember, she's doing this in front of children. I think that's the issue with that. And she needlessly goes overboard with the last terrorist, and also I did the timings with the bomb, and in the Whedon cut, when she throws the bomb, she doesn't do it in time. In the Snyder cut, when she does the fight scene and when she throws the bomb, both are not done in time, and the 4 city blocks would still be an issue. The terrorists actually have more motivation in the Whedon version because they're religious cultists, and they're more believable because of what we know from ISIS. In this version, they just want to turn back the clock because, but we don't know why exactly. What else is there? Oh, where is Wonder Woman as she gets blown back from the bomb? What's she doing till the kid's about to get shot? In the Whedon
Yeah.
cut, she's
Like,
almost
she takes so long.
in the Whedon cut, she's almost there instantly again. And then there's already the issues existing from the Whedon cut in there. So yeah, overall, it's a much worse scene.
Yeah,
much worse.
a lot worse. But well, it has the once Wonder Woman appears, so that's cool. Strikes into the art of Jeb destroying Justice League Snyder Cut. This is really good. Amazing.
Make your own critiques.
That's awesome.
I remember when we started to stream, people were like, "No way is the Whedon cut worse," and at the moment, they were like, "No way is Snyder cut worse," and at the moment, yeah, I hope you're seeing now.
Yeah.
Why we make this claim?
Yeah. I had your document open, and like I forgot to close it on the other tab, and I saw there were like a few people reading it, so I hope you guys are enlightened by Jeb's points.
And these are just like notes that were like, as I was watching, I wasn't like intensely dissecting each scene, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I imagine the issues would just pile on and on and on.
Yeah, exactly.
Worth something. Whether it's having a close moment with the girl we saved from the gunman, whether it's making an act
that moment.
Yes. After killing the terrorists in front of the children and giving them lung cancer. And it's weird how
it's like, can I be like you? And it's like, oh, okay, so you're a psychopath. That's cool.
What's interesting to note is how they're all suddenly okay after such a traumatic experience. They would be in shock.
They're all giggly and smiling.
Yeah.
Oh, Wonder Woman saved us,
There's
guys.
a terrorist in a pool of his own blood, like across from them.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
so morbid.
I guess you saw the screenshot I sent where it's like blood all around his head.
Yeah.
It's
Man.
incredible.
Wait, what? Wait,
Man.
if we go from that
Wonder Woman's an
self-defense
icon.
part, isn't it more a self-preserving mechanism? If you go, that system works on logic. You wouldn't care to save the father, how to interpret the system. Well, but he's like the most advanced computer, like, ever in anywhere, and you're gonna say that his computer doesn't know how to interpret what he wants, even though the self-defense machine, whatever, self-preserving mechanism, like you said, it's exactly like that. He realizes, oh, there's something that is gonna be a threat to me, and I'm gonna defend myself. Like, that's literally interpreting the what's happening in front of him.
Also, to disprove your point straight away from logic, it's more advantage to Cyborg to have his dad alive than dead, because of the mental turmoil that would have.
So yeah, that's not a very good defense, sorry.
actual choice to awaken the last mother box, despite that meaning it can then call out to Steppenwolf, whether it's taking our own father out to safety. Everything that happens has meaning beyond
But that happens in the Whedon version. Like he saves his dad, and his dad's like, the mother box, they're after the mother box, keep it safe. And Cyborg's like, go. So again, I feel like people just forget the Whedon version at this point. Like they haven't.
No, because Whedon's bad. Jeb is bad.
Badman.
Like
Whedon's a pervert, so therefore his films are bad.
Be sure.
I'm just
stay
like,
till
I
the
feel
end
like
to see
just
the
they haven't rewatched the Whedon version, because even I was shocked.
You think they
by
give a
what the
fuck? They don't care. They just want to shit on it, even when it doesn't deserve it in aspects. It's like, but this is this is an improvement. Fucking, we get them saying it's his father. That makes
It's
it better.
objectively an improvement, by the way, according to Filmento, so that's cool.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
I just, I wanted to share this because it's quite baffling to me. Fucking, of course, I couldn't copy the link correctly because I'm retarded.
Oh yeah, people eat this shit up for breakfast and then shit it out and then eat it again because it's shit.
Yeah, the like to dislike ratio, 25,000 likes to
That's
400
crazy.
dislikes. Has
I'm sorry, but
350,000
this
views.
film's garbage, man.
I hate it.
It's really bad. It's a really bad film. And it's not even
Just
it's not
what
endearingly
happens.
bad like Justice League. Like Because with Justice League, right? I think I've said this, and I think Meme Repository has said this as well. Like, the Justice League is shit, but it's kind of endearingly shit. Like, it's kind of funny how shit it is with the really cringy jokes. Like I get a fucking kick out of when fucking Batman during like this scene here in the Whedon version when he is in his mech thing and he's like, "Sorry guys, I didn't bring a sword." I just fucking I can't help but fucking find it so funny.
I'm in the same boat at this point after
Jesus,
the Snyder version.
He is tall. Like, it's not good. This film's don't get it twisted. Justice League is not a good film, but it's endearingly shit. Like, it's a fun time.
Yeah, I get having fun with that film. Like, I don't get having fun with the Snyder Cut though.
So
what happens. But the best example to really hammer in the difference comes in the finale battle plot beat with Steppenwolf.
Oh, here we go.
In Justice League, we just grabbed the mother boxes and pulled them away from each other. This time, Cyborg has to first hook into the mother boxes and finally accept his father's actions as well as himself as the robotic being he now is.
We can put it back, Vic. Make you whole again.
So, okay. In isolation, I think this scene is better. In actuality, he contradicts his own arc during the film. So, when he first gets his power, he saves he helps the family with the money. And then, when he sees Diana after, he's like, yeah, fuck the world. I'm like, but you just help them. So clearly you don't...
Yeah, you help this woman who was clearly in need, you know? And in isolation, that scene is like, that's nice. It's nice. But
yeah,
fucking contradict yourself later, and then it's broken. Like, what?
And then, also, it ignores the resolution the Whedon version had, which I don't think in isolation is as good, but it works better as a whole arc. He goes, I gotta separate the mother boxes when discussing the plan. And he goes, you guys gotta get out because there's gonna be a big blowback. And they bring up like how he will probably die. And Diana's like, no, we don't leave you alone, you can't do this. And Cyborg goes, well, I've got to put these gifts to good use. So he's finally accepted these are gifts, these are good. His dad
because he's helping people.
Better. Yeah, his dad helped him for the better. That's the moment he accepts it. So I prefer the one that's more simplistic and stripped back, but with much less issues.
Yes, I'm on the same boat. Yep. Well, yeah, like I like the scene in isolation as well, but it's a big goof.
Yeah.
I'm not broken.
Whereas in Justice League we just went in and beat Steppenwolf up to achieve victory, this time we at first don't achieve victory at all.
It's too late.
Yeah, and then they undo it.
Okay.
So what's the...
Yeah. Like, the reason why we don't achieve victory in the first place relies on so many stupid things happening at once that's even worse. In this version and the Whedon version, and in the Whedon version, they almost lose. Like Cyborg almost gets torn to shreds before Superman steps in, and then they try again. There's a lot more
justice.
There's a lot more they're just beating up Steppenwolf. They also separate the boxes. Again, this is
but
so
Jeff,
disingenuous.
In Snyder, they look like demons, and Cyborg is trying to escape his demons.
Oh my god, that's so meaningful, dude.
A genius.
You know something that's cool?
You didn't think about
something that does that
themes.
well? Heaven Sent. Heaven Sent has the fucking thing that's following the Doctor, and it looks like a demon, and it's like, yeah, it's
But
him
Heaven
trying
Sent's
to
good
escape
though.
a demon.
Heaven Sent's good.
Well, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Heaven Sent's actually well written.
Yes.
I'm just like, this is what I'm noticing with this video. He's bringing up, this makes it better, and then he just doesn't realize how that thing
Well,
he's bringing
he's
in has
saying
about
it's
10
better because
iterations.
it's more emotional. That's the only reason he's saying it's better.
Yeah. Oh, it's like he
It made you
mentions-
feel, therefore better.
Yeah, he even mentions that well, actually, yeah, this is consistent with Filmento, because remember that Endgame video we covered of his, where he says, like, Endgame is, the third act is only meaningful, like, like, them fighting Thanos is only meaningful because we saw in Infinity War how Thanos won, so now we know what the outcome would be if Thanos won again. So it's like, yeah, this is consistent with him liking to literally have the same thing twice, but with two different outcomes.
It's not the same, because in Endgame, if Thanos wins, he's literally going to, like,
destroy the entire universe and
like
build
reset
a new
the
one.
universe. Yeah, it's not the same at all. His goals and what he's going to do are very different from Infinity War to Endgame.
Yep.
Yeah, Revolution, that's not convinced herself. Westwood actor. Okay, so, yeah, that's fine. What about the scene where his dad is hostage and about to be killed and he immediately steps in? Immediately. He's immediately processed it all. His dad is about to die. What about them? So if he could do that then, it would follow he'd do that during the facility scene. Done. There we go.
Did he just play the GTA wasted sound effect?
Yes.
Ugh.
Yes, he did.
Fucking
L on screen
fucking
too.
If I can
cringe.
give one personal opinion here, the moment where Flash taps into the Speed Force and
Wait, if I can give one personal opinion. So you mean the rest of what you're saying is just factual? Okay.
Nope.
Which is not.
runs so fast he can turn back time a couple seconds, I was jumping in my seat. For me, hands down the most powerful moment in the DCU so far, and the fact that
What?
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna say something here right now. This scene is shit. I'm sorry if you like it. This scene is fucking garbage.
Yeah, it's a load of
Oh
shit.
man.
I remember when we were watching it during our reacts and we were asking for, is this the fucking Flash moment that everyone's been raving about? Is this really the moment?
Yeah, and Thought said yes, and I was
Is
just
this
like,
the-
well, this is underwhelming, isn't it?
This is not good. If you people saying this is one of the best scenes in comic book movie history, you need to watch more comic book films. I'm sorry, this is not even close to anything
well,
in like the top
so-
10.
Yeah, he said in the DCEU, and I'm just thinking, no, there are more scenes. Yeah, they're like broken
I was
down.
gonna say,
but
if
it's
you
like,
have,
they have more
DCEU.
meaning. Like the first thing that comes to mind is when Shazam, in Shazam, when Billy Batson realizes his mom doesn't want him,
Mhm.
and he's like, oh God, I've rejected the people
I
that actually like
prefer-
me, and he jumps off the roof, and
I
he
pref-
does the Shazam.
Yeah, that scene is
I
actually
prefer the scene at the end where Superman comes into the school.
Yeah.
I think that's a better scene than this scene.
I was
So,
I'm gonna say Harley Quinn losing her sandwich in Birds of Prey is a better scene than this.
I haven't seen Birds of Prey, but I probably would agree with you.
I haven't seen Shazam or Birds of Prey, but if I had to come up with a moment, honestly, Superman when he does his first flight, he's more powerful
Yeah.
than this.
Yeah, that scene's actually pretty good, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that scene is actually
The scene isn't
the
good.
highlight of Man of Steel.
Don't get twisted, guys. This scene is not good. Just because it's nice and flashy, it does not mean it's actually a good scene.
It looks
The scene
Yeah,
is
it's very
stupid.
surface level.
And the I've said this I think before. I really don't like the dialogue because it means fucking nothing.
Yeah, neither
I
do
forget
I.
what isn't it just him like saying, remember Dad, your son was one of the best.
Yeah, he's saying like he did
Hey,
it.
your own
Pretty hollow.
Make your own past.
That was
And I'm
really
like,
weird.
Why?
All right now.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, none of this is earned. Why are you saying this?
Yeah, but people say that Flash and Cyborg are the biggest fucking improvements from one.
Oh, the music's really cool.
I don't get
The
that.
So, are you ready? Are you ready for a hot take, guys? Flash and
Yeah, what
Cyborg
is-
in this film are worse than in the
Yes.
Whedon version.
Yes.
They are worse.
Yeah.
They
I agree.
They
thought
destroyed
Cyborg was
destroyed
better. I
them.
thought his arc worked, and then Jeb was like, you know what? He actually contradicts his arc. So never mind, I guess.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned that. I was like, no, just hold on a sec.
Yeah, like I tweeted that I think the Flash in Justice League is better than this Flash. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't even know anymore who's more insufferable because I hated Flash in both of them. So
Well, to put it in perspective, this may be like the Whedon Flash, and I despise the Whedon Flash. So.
Because, like we said, he's a bit quirky, and the whole Batcave line, it's endearing in a sense because he's new to this sort of thing. It's all exciting for him. In this version, he's just like, make your own future.
such a great
Yeah,
line.
and as well, they also deal with the fact that again he's very new to all this. He hasn't been in a combat scenario, so he's obviously feeling anxieties about that. He's able to do anything in Snyder. It's like he's always done it.
Yeah.
And the fact that someone actually chose to get rid of it gives me the creeps about what else we've been missing out on. But opinions aside, the most
He tried to
important
save us, dude.
He tried to make the
tried to
story
save
not break itself. Like Joss Whedon saw this, and he realized how broken it was. Like, it's baffling to me that people can't understand why Joss Whedon would get rid of the scene. It's so clear.
Yeah.
about this moment that it means that we don't just pop in and achieve victory as the finale plot point states. We first have to go through defeat to
for like 2 minutes while the song plays, and then he
Yeah,
reverses time and the same thing happens
like
again.
Mentioned,
Yeah, nothing's really learned. Like,
because like,
I
when you
mentioned-
have the fucking in Infinity War, when they lose to Thanos, they learn like, oh my god, half of the entire world is gone. They live for 5 years like that. There's a lot to learn from that, with how the world has changed, with how people would react to this new world, and it's being explored in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which I love. But like in this, it's like, no, we lost. Then he's gonna do this rewind time, and then then they're gonna not lose now, and nobody's gonna learn anything because everyone died in the other timeline. So who cares?
Flash literally hit the respawn button.
Yep.
It's also
restart from
Josstice.
checkpoint.
It's also
Yeah.
Josstice Machina moment, which makes it even better.
How do you mean?
Because Flash literally pulls it out of his ass.
No,
Like,
didn't
should
he
be able to
rewind time
first-
before?
Yeah, but not to this extent. He has to go faster than he's ever gone.
And he was actually hurt at this point, which means he probably wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. So it's a Josstice Machina moment.
Cool.
Stop thinking.
And
Yeah, his
also-
powers are weird in this movie.
And also, he has to build that speed. He doesn't build it here. If he had to build that speed, he would have been too late. Probably. So,
So yeah, not good.
But
Yeah.
once again, the plot event doesn't just unfold as is, but there's something attached to it that makes it much more than what it is at face value. And as the Snyder Cut
What did you
proves,
just
that's
say?
a
I don't know
really
what you
crucial
just
lesson for us
said,
all to
man.
learn.
He said
Mapping
stuff.
out your plot events is only the beginning. The real meaningful question is how those plot events
Yo,
Yeah.
so I'm going to explain why Snyder does this worse. In the Snyder version, he gets resurrected. Obviously, he goes with Lois to the farm, and he's like still very confused, even in the house, and then they're outside. He doesn't show much care for Lois at all during this entire thing. It's not like in Whedon, where he's literally feeling bad for dying on her, that he's left her. He's not reassuring her that she felt she failed. Also, we find out what it feels like for Superman once he got brought back to life, and we get the whole Martha thing like we did in the Snyder, albeit a bit shorter. What else is there? It's also Lois knew about this beforehand rather than finding out through Superman attacking everyone. So there's that. And him getting this, I think he gets the suit from Lois. In the Whedon version, I'm certain he does. Whereas it makes less sense how he gets the black suit and leaves the facility. So overall, there's more character in the Whedon version, and it makes more sense.
Which is pretty funny because people argue that the thing that makes this film strong is how much they added in terms of character.
Yeah, it's weird how they say that, because in the Snyder version, he goes to Lois and notices the ring, and then he's like, "I've got a second chance," and that's kind of it. Whereas Lois kind of almost breaks down, going, "Oh, I failed you," and he's like, "Hey, it's not on you. It's not on you. It's okay. I'm here now. I'm never going to leave you again. I'm going to make it up to you," and all that. And I'm like, where was this?
Ton asks a good question. How was Flash unaffected by the explosion?
I never understood that.
Wait, how was he unaffected by the explosion? Well, what it seems to imply is he pushes his hand up and it initiates super speed. So I guess, again, somehow he went so fast immediately that time started reversing and the explosion didn't operate on him.
So by that time, is the time reversing, or is it like stopped with like flash time, like in the TV show? Because if he just starts reversing by raising his hand, that seems really strange.
So it stopped. Well, it doesn't stop. It goes really, really slow to the point where it nearly stops, and then he starts reversing when he runs.
Right. Okay.
Rather than, so he never builds. So it's like his accelerator is immediately faster than light speed.
Mm-hmm. Which is a big problem.
Yes, a very, very big problem.
It's weird also because he needed to take at least like what like I don't know 50 meters of distance to build up speed to like hit the mother box at the exact moment when in that scene where he uses his lightning and whatnot. So like why so like how does he just have that much acceleration by raising his hand? It's really strange. I have no clue what he can control or what he can't. Like at this point, he has power. Like he has Life is Strange powers, like Max does, of just reversing time by raising her hand.
Exactly, it's insane. And Revolution said, "I was going more from the self-active stuff. How Superman was a threat. I wasn't a hostile sea conscious thing from Cyborg." Well, the issue is to resolve your question. You're using a flaw in of itself. The fact that defense mechanism only activates then is a flaw. The fact it exists is a flaw because it's only brought up then. So.
Yeah, it's pretty convenient that it didn't activate when a fucking parademon showed up at his window while he was holding a mother box. It's very, very convenient, isn't it?
And then as I said, the operating system by logic would know it'd be more damaging to Cyborg on the human element for his dad to die than not. So it would still try and defend his dad and save him.
Doesn't the mother box doesn't Cyborg? Because I remember something like I don't know. I think it's Whedon Cut potentially about like Cyborg's father being like a creator or some shit. Like its creators, so that it would try to defend, or maybe I'm just pulling it out of my ass.
Yeah, I don't remember that being established in either, honestly.
Yeah, so I'm retarded. I'm sorry. My mind is just thinking of a more interesting film.
How dare you?
Once you know what happens, then you need to figure out what it is that actually happens.
What?
What?
Once you know what happens,
what
you need to figure out what actually happens.
So, you know what makes me laugh, aside from this being a retarded statement? He actually thought about what actually happens and he still didn't notice the issues. Isn't that telling?
That is quite telling. Ugh.
The second core problem with Justice League was that it was completely emotionally void, because we were given no guiding
That's a
insight
lie.
into what the characters
That's
were
a
feeling
fucking
or why
lie.
they did what they did. On the hero's
Hang on, no, yeah, that is a lie. So Cyborg wants to help when he meets Diana because the cause. He doesn't want to get involved because he sees himself as a monster. That's made pretty clear in the dialogue. Diana wants to help because why does she want to help? How does she get involved? Let me remember.
Didn't
I can't-
Bruce call her? Like, because of the
No,
parademons?
not in the Whedon,
No.
not in either version. Why does she get involved in Whedon version? What was it? Something
Because of
happened.
the arrow.
No. Yes. Even in the Whedon version, which is done better in the Whedon version because we see it burn out in the Snyder version. You can't make that inference in the Whedon version, which means there was a point in time Diana could have completely missed everything and never knew the invasion. So that's nice. But yeah, that's why she gets involved. She then goes to see Bruce. She hacks into the security system and breaks it. So that's her motivation, because the stakes. Batman's is because of his dreams, because of the warnings from Lex's notes. Flash wants to be in because he just wants to be a part of something. He's always felt alone, and that's established with the brunt joke. Who else? Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, all their motivations. Oh, Aquaman initially doesn't want to be involved, and then he realizes against Steppenwolf why he should be after the talk with Mera, and he's literally like, yeah, I need something from you first. Whereas in the Snyder version, he has a change of heart with no reason. It's never established why. So yeah, all the cool characters have their motivations that are clearly laid out. So yeah, it's pretty awful.
Great. Well,
I don't
Yeah,
think
just
he
say this
watched,
like no emotion is a lie.
I don't think he watched the Whedon cut since he made his previous videos, because
Nope.
he's not recollecting it very well.
Well, he said at the beginning of the video he's going like over his videos, but not the actual film, which I find weird because I would much rather, if I'm going to revisit a film, watch the film than a video I made.
Yeah,
'Cause
because if one of your original points
that's very much
was like,
that's very much like a confirmation bias.
yeah, because one of his original points is like, apparently, because this is like what that's like what he set up in the beginning of the video.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's
there's not much emotion in this, or there's not much character work. It's like, oh wait, but hang on, rewatch the film. There's some stuff buried in there,
It would be like if during the whole Spider-Man 2 thing, I went back and watched my video on it and went to everybody like, guys, you're wrong. Spider-Man 2's great. That'd be really weird for me to do that.
Like in
Yeah.
the Whedon version, in terms of characterization, you got, for example, Bruce gets injured after the stuff with Superman. Yes, we actually see a character be injured from something.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
god.
That's impossible.
And then Diana notices and then goes to resolve the conflict and help him. We got Aquaman expressing his fears with the lasso. We got Flash about how he feels alone, about how he's nervous. We've got Superman. Superman's actually a character in this one. So there's more characterization in this film than there is in Snyder. It just feels there's more in Snyder because the film's longer.
Yeah, which is insane.
Ooh, someone just joined chat, and very based person. All I have to say is that this movie should be judged independently, but people for some reason compare to 2017 and say it's better when in reality it's the opposite. Well, it's fair to compare, to be
Yes.
honest, because it's like two versions of the same film, especially when the plot
It's
beats
the
are pretty much
same
the same.
film, yeah.
Yeah, but I do agree, it's the opposite. People just say it's better because they don't like Warner Brothers or Joss Whedon. Darkseid's whole backstory is fucking stupid. The flashback immediately makes things way worse, and Superman's death activating the boxes is super contrived, especially when he only activated one of the 3 mother boxes. I agree. Well, and then the other activates for no apparent reason, right? The Aquaman one. The Atlantis one, I guess.
Yeah, it's like, it's weird, because, again, Whedon has this issue himself. They all just don't activate, and I'm not sure why. But what makes, this one worse, what was it? Yeah, this one's worse because it's dependent on Superman dying. They made that clear that the mother boxes were scared of Superman. But what about all the years, like the 4,000 plus years without Superman?
Yeah, what about when he wasn't on
Earth?
Earth?
They didn't know this planet existed before Superman arrived on Earth. We all know. Like, what's Earth?
And in Whedon, their justification is they'll activate at the darkest time, and you can understand why it would be the darkest time. The Amazonians are definitely trapped on that island, rather than Snyder saying they got enslaved, but we see they're not enslaved anymore. The Atlanteans are driven to sea. Superman's dead, so the entire world's lost in morale. There are no protectors, no lanterns, nothing. And before you go into Snyder, he says that there. In the scene that Cyborg sees, we see a lantern, which means the Lantern Corps are still around, which means they should have been there. We can have a better inference that all the lanterns are dead in the Whedon cut, which obviously comes with its own issues, but Snyder has those same issues.
Yeah, and what Neb said is actually really accurate, the sunk cost fallacy, because people spent so much time and effort trying to have the Snyder Cut exist over the past 4 years that they feel like the time they put on it means that they should get something good in return, which is why they're like, oh no, it's way better. Like, it's worth that we waited 4 years. It's worth it that we did all this campaign to get this film released. And it's like, well, I do think it's worth it for like from like a customer perspective, and from like, oh, customers are getting what they want, the fans are getting what they want, and the director was he was able to finish his own vision, but that doesn't mean that it's good. Like,
yeah, and someone said, also, how did Diana learn about Darkseid through the paintings on the walls, but not her mother? Yeah, I agree. I don't understand how she didn't know. Whereas in the Whedon version, we don't get that, so we just see the arrow, which means we could go, well, she must have learned it through her mother. We can make that inference. We can't do that in the Snyder, and that makes it worse.
Yeah.
So, that's great.
Gotta love it when Snyder makes things worse, which is usually.
By the way, Mr. Taco. By the way, Mr. Taco, if you go in the description, there's a Google Docs. There's me comparing them side by side and showing how much worse it is. Isaac, no, would it matter if Ares is still around? Like, Darkseid's a bigger threat than Ares. Ares literally helped against.
Yeah, he helped against Darkseid, and he wasn't even able to kill Darkseid. Like, he tried, he almost killed him, but he didn't. So he's a bigger threat.
Yeah.
He was fighting alongside Zeus. Like, they fucking ignored their differences and were fighting alongside. Like, bruh. I was gonna say something, but I forgot. So let's just move on, I guess.
Side, the motivation mostly came down to the fact that Batman said let's do this, and then that's what we did. On the villain side, Steppenwolf was so incomprehensible that it was never clear what he was even trying to do with the mother boxes or for what reason.
He was trying to terraform Earth, right?
What?
They literally explain what he's doing with them. Are you kidding me?
There's literally a backstory. He literally says about 20 times what he's doing.
Was he asleep during when Diana explains literally why he wants the mother boxes?
I guess.
I'm talking about why the mother boxes didn't signal, but they were fine signaling during Ares on Earth.
This is why fucking film criticism is such in the gutter right now, is because people like him just spout absolute fucking nonsense.
Yeah, and it's like in the Snyder version, to be honest, he's even more incomprehensible because they forget Earth. Like, oh, obviously you saw that tweets going out where the guy was like, yeah, well, Darkseid did find it, but didn't know he found it, but everyone else knew he found it, but didn't tell him. I'm like,
I saved those tweets.
I'm like, that's a great defense, my guy. You rest on that one, even though the script literally says he found it.
I like how sure he is of it. Here, I'm gonna send the tweet really quick. All right. Here, Jeb is wrong.
Let me put this on screen. Hold on.
Because he's implying Darkseid found AO in a flashback fight. He didn't know that was explicitly stated by San and Darkseid when Steppenwolf literally says, "Hey, I found you over on the hologram." What?
I don't.
And I'm going to get up the script where that's false.
But you don't need.
I
Alice
have
literally
the
put
line
the
in front of
script.
me.
Yeah, Alice tweeted the script as a counter argument. Like it's literally here.
Yeah,
So
that's what I use as. That's what I use as both reference.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck are you
This
on
person
about?
is weird. The guy apparently reported Alice's tweets. Why?
Yeah, they did. They mass reported because I guess I didn't like it.
Amazing.
So, Gal, you're a fucking pussy. You can call me a pussy all you want. I don't give a shit. If you ever listen to this, I offered you one-on-one because it was easier, cut the middleman. But you chose to back out and then pretended as if it was for other reasons. No, you're a coward. And you're mass reporting. Fuck you. Sincerely. Stop making arguments as well. You're a retard. Like, you literally ignore what's in the script to circle jerk Snyder, so you're retarded for that. So yeah, what a dick. But what's funnier, Steppenwolf in the film literally recognises things from Earth before he realises it's Earth.
Amazing.
Hey, Darkseid. The planet I'm on? It's fucking Earth, man.
I think he goes.
Haven't heard that name in a million years.
I haven't heard that name in ages, man.
So dumb.
Does he go?
All we did get was that he had some kind of childhood-like schizophrenia involving a parent that doesn't exist.
Mother, at last you call me home. Mother is calling. I see, Mother. I know, Mother.
What do you mean she doesn't exist? But this clearly implies that she does exist. I don't. What?
They exist in the fucking Snyder Cut. That's what Cyborg confronts. What do you mean, Filmento? What do you mean?
He calls him mother.
They're literally sentient. They establish that in both films. You're such a disingenuous faggot.
Oh my god, is Wolf in a school?
I'm allowed to say that word. I'm part of the minority that's affected. So if you're offended, fuck
You're just
off.
a
I don't
faggot.
care.
I'm going to choose to be offended.
Yeah.
If you're offended over someone in that minority saying the word, shut the fuck up. I don't give a shit.
Where is my mother?
And the way the Snyder Cut fixes this problem and makes us feel is by consistently informing us of what the characters are feeling. For example, one massive key for this was the choice to delve in.
You just talked about fucking Steppenwolf. Talk about Steppenwolf in the Snyder Cut, you fucking moron. Like this. Okay, so Steppenwolf in the fucking in the Joss Whedon cut, he's like this. Okay, now let me talk about Silas. Like what?
I just.
Yeah, but he says mother a lot, and it's funny.
Yeah.
What makes me laugh?
Where is my mother?
He's using the Snyder Cut that doesn't really tell you anything much about how characters are feeling and their relations with one another and why. For example, Aquaman just suddenly distrusts Cyborg, like, out of nowhere, whereas in the Whedon version it's established because of the whole Superman incident. It's not made clear in Snyder. Then there's the fact that Wonder Woman doesn't trust Aquaman because he's Atlantean. And then when they speak later in the Snyder version, she's like, there's no room for hate or something. I'm like, you literally don't trust him because of his race. You were xenophobic. I don't know what you mean, Wonder Woman.
Hate. I mean, you could just get so many points of in both Wonder Woman films where she does hate stuff, but whatever.
Into some background, where the basic gist is that he died with his mother in a car accident, and then his absent father by using the mother box to turn him into a cyborg. The result of
That's literally the same in the Whedon version. Just you're more told it, and I admit Snyder. This is definitively what Snyder did better, is showing before he becomes Cyborg.
Yeah.
Not when the mother box is merged with him, because the fact he's alive is ridiculous. But just before that.
of which is this toxic hatred he carries toward himself and especially his father.
If you were there, Mom would still be alive.
That's a retarded line. She wouldn't be alive if he was there. Like nothing.
Oh yeah, that's so dumb.
Like,
yeah, it's
why does
odd.
it change? Like, oh, if you were there, that truck that ran into us, it wouldn't exist because I don't know, dude. Like,
Then
I don't know, because
his mother wouldn't have to be consoling his crying ass.
Is his dumb logic that if he was there, they would maybe talk for a couple seconds and then they take off in the car a bit later,
like,
therefore the truck wouldn't be there. I don't.
Well, but like
know.
that's the idea of like whether like for example, one thing that a lot of people do is like, oh, in a football game, like they someone scores and it's like they call it offside. And it wasn't actually offside, and people say, "Oh, we wouldn't want like." And the game ends 1-1, and they're like, "Oh, if they didn't call it offside, it would have been 2-1." And it's like, no, you actually don't know that. It could have been very differently because one outcome changes. Like one thing can change a lot of the outcome. So maybe they would have lost the game. So like, to say that like yeah, if his father was there, probably the outcome would be different. You could argue probably they wouldn't have been hit by that truck. But it doesn't matter because he's blaming his father.
That's not his fault.
Yeah, it's not his fault that
That's not his fault.
That like the truck hit them. It's so dumb. Like you are arguing.
Dude, earlier in this very film,
they don't relate.
Earlier in this same version of Justice League, we had a truck driver for a full fucking minute try to reach for his burger, and it caused a car crash.
Also,
maybe truck drivers in the universe are shit.
Also, to further explain why it isn't his fault, it would either be the same route, the same exact route, or his mum just took a different route for some reason, which means, well, then part of the blame goes on her and the truck driver, really.
Yeah. I mean, you can argue like, oh, she's taking his father to his house instead of taking him where they were originally going. That's why they take a different route. I don't know. But like either way, that's not the father's fault that the truck exists and happened to hit.
No, it's no way. In no way is the dad's fault that car crash happened.
I'll disprove that maybe they're picking up the dad because they both work a lot, and they have two separate jobs, which means there's no way they would take each other to work. It just wouldn't be feasible. So he would also have to go to work, and I think we see him driving at one point. I don't know, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Also, slight change of subject. You know the whole dark side forgetting Earth thing. Apparently, Zack Snyder has addressed it.
Okay.
And
how?
Oh no!
If I can find it.
He almost died when he returned to Apocalypse. He was in a fight for power, and much time passed before he was in a position of power again, and by then all who had been with him had been slain. That doesn't explain it, you fucking idiot.
You're an idiot, Zach. You're an actual idiot.
Was in a
That
fight
doesn't-
of power, and much time passed before he was in a position of power again. Then by all... Okay, this doesn't explain at all. This is like you're not addressing it.
And this contradicts the fact that many know the story of the Defiance, like Desaad says, and the fact there are people that were around that knows about it, like Steppenwolf and Desaad. So Zach, you can't even remember your own film. Why should I take
Well, to
you
be fair,
seriously?
he did write it like 4 years ago, so.
Ah, yeah. I mean, it wasn't him who wrote it, but sure.
Yeah, I know. You know.
Yeah. So yeah, and Zod has been getting tweets of people saying that the second episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier was bad, and they're not really saying why. It's bad.
It's really not though.
Yeah, it's great.
It's not.
She wasn't paying attention to the road because she was consoling him. We don't see that they crashed into a truck. The shot just lights up from headlights all of a sudden. Could be his mother at fault for all we know. The point about things affecting things to stand up. Oh yeah, the one thing would affect the other in that way. Like yeah, but by that logic, you could just argue that 9/11 is your like. You could just argue, oh, 9/11 is the president's fault because he decided to not go to X place instead of going to Y place, because then the outcome could have been different. It's like, not really, no. Like, that's not how you say it's someone's fault. But, like, it's like his mother was way more at fault because she was like, oh, no, I'm not going to pay attention to the road. Like, I think paying attention to the road is more important than at that point, because, you know, she ended up dying, so, yeah.
Yet, once his father is taken by Steppenwolf, Cyborg still, despite all that, chooses to go save him, which shows us just how much his father must actually mean to him. And suddenly, we don't go fight Steppenwolf in a dark...
Wait. Repeat that.
Still, despite all that, chooses to go save him, which shows...
Yeah, he's his father, like... It's not meaningful,
But
like, it's logical.
He doesn't wish his death upon him or anything like that.
Doesn't his father have the mother box at that point as well? Or, well, they would be able to get the mother box through him anyway.
No, because in that, are we on about during the nest moment where he saves him? Yeah. No, because Steppenwolf was about to kill him. The thing is, though, that happens in Whedon. That very thing happens.
This happens. He did not really watch Whedon at all. He did not really watch it.
Shows us just how much his father must actually mean to him. And suddenly, we don't go fight Steppenwolf in a dark tunnel just because Batman says so, but because we need to save this person we have a complicated relationship with and still clearly care about. Now,
that happens in the original.
Yeah, wait.
He goes save his father in the original.
Why are we... He literally... Oh, fucking...
Okay.
My head.
Now, what we're doing is emotionally understandable and effective.
Wasn't sure you'd come. You're my father.
And you can even see and feel it in the performances like Night and Day.
What do you mean indifference? He's never indifferent about his father in the original.
Indifference?
No, he's...
Also emotion?
Okay. In the Whedon version, his cyborg like genetics are automatically making that gun. That's what his reaction is. Like, it's actually setting up that it's sort of the self-defense system thing there, because he's reacting to it as if oh wait, what the fuck has happened to my arm? And then it turns into a gun, and then he fires it because oh, I have a gun now. I'll shoot. I might as well shoot him. He's got my dad.
In the performances like Night and Day.
Well, yeah, he just looks, oh shit, what's happening? So yeah, that actually sets up better
the
self-defense system than the Snyder Cut.
Oh wow, that's that's funny.
That is really
amazing.
Funny. Oh,
hey guys,
God.
I made Josstice League look better.
I didn't even notice that. But I didn't even.
And
notice
that is my
Right.
contribution to the stream. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh my god.
But you will be.
And then he looked yeah, exactly. As soon as he gets the gun, he shoots instantly.
Why does he? So
Why
why does he scream?
Yeah, because that's just calling attention, which would probably mean Steppenwolf is gonna kill the guy.
So yeah, it's even worse.
And I always,
Well, thank you, Filmento. Well done.
I wasn't always a fan of the fact that like in the Snyder Cut, they don't really have a plan going into the, I guess whatever this area is that they're in right now, like where Cyborg is. They just kind of, I think Diana says, stick together, don't go at him alone. It's like, oh, that's quite the battle strategy. Because you could really have this really cool moment where it was like the movie's actively recognizing like the abilities of the characters, where it's like, let's have Batman and Wonder Woman like strategize with each other, where it's like, okay, let's use his powers to our advantage. I think it'd be a really cool moment, but you know, they're just kind of like, they don't do anything interesting with the character dynamic.
Yep.
So Neb says by him having the flash of evil Superman apocalypse sets up his self-defense system now, so levels out. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I assume you're
because-
joking now, because if you're not, big goof.
Yeah, let's assume he's not. That doesn't explain why it never happens before, whereas in Whedon, it's now, oh, this is instinctual, and he's now learned it, kind of deal, which I still think is a bit silly, but I digress. He doesn't know Superman's a threat in that moment, and that's what's key. It has to be in that moment, because that's how a self-defense system acts.
Yeah, it was reactionary.
Yeah, and if it's because it's seeing evil Superman in the apocalypse, that would react immediately for the self-defense system when Superman is just standing there. His
Self-defense
self-defense.
has its own act when he fighting Steppenwolf. Well, no, not in the third act. No.
Yeah, we don't know why.
Do you know what's really funny though about the Snyder Cut version of this scene on screen? So obviously, like Cyborg shouting "No" before he shoots. That's like if someone is holding like my dad at gunpoint, and I have like a gun on me, and I'm around the corner, and the guy can't see me. I shout out "No" and then shoot, so I can give away my position, and therefore letting the guy know that I'm about to shoot or whatever, or knowing that I'm there. Why would someone ever do that? The element of surprise is really effective when you have it.
So Randy said, to be fair, they know nothing about Steppenwolf and know nothing about the area or what they're walking into. Wouldn't you rather them do surveillance when they're saving hostages?
Yeah, Alfred is able to survey the tunnel. That's how they know that there are hostages in the first place. It's like, oh, we got heat signatures in this area of the tunnel.
I just want to see how they do it in the Whedon version. I think it's the same, to be honest.
Yeah, except I think they have that talk with Batman and Flash. You know, where he's like, oh, just save one person and then you'll know.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that's the only difference. Yes. Yeah, is the only difference.
I wouldn't say it's believable him calling out "No." I don't think that's believable at all because I don't
Especially
think
when
Cyborg's
he's a machine. Like, his brain would be able to recognize patterns and predict
Yeah, I
movements
don't-
way better.
Like, he's not a dumb person. Shouting out
Yeah.
"No" is giving away your position, and that's stupid.
Yeah, I think Cyborg's the most intelligent out of them all.
Like,
Always
he has
when
to
you
be.
shout out something, like when you shout out something, it's as if you're about to attack or something. That is giving the attacker who has like a hostage. That I feel like that would give them more of a reason to kill the person they have.
Yeah, it's like counter-terrorism. Going to stop terrorists going, stop. And it's like, no, don't do that. It's even worse later on. When they go to confront Steppenwolf in the third act, because Aquaman just yells, "Hey" to Steppenwolf when he could blindside him. they both could blindside. And I'm like, why are you
Yeah.
saying hey? You literally blindside him in the Whedon version.
I don't know. They just do things.
Almost like it's Bella.
These are two different scenes, and they both achieve two different things. One is more retarded than the other. We just broke down why. He's like, oh, why did you change
at least Whedon, Cyborg actually uses the advantage of, you know, the element of surprise, you know?
I know, right?
At least he uses that to his advantage.
Yeah, at least he's not retarded. That's cool.
Snyder, why are you making us defend a really shitty film that is Justice League?
That's the point we're at, like 2021, we're defending 2017's Justice League. It's wow.
Another example, look at the loss of Superman. Whereas in Justice League, that loss was reduced to a quick opening montage that Joss Whedon apparently created.
I'm gonna pause because the music
Okay,
is quiet.
so I'm going to defend this. Compared to the Snyder Cut, Snyder Cut is more focused on Lois's reaction than anything else, which works. I'd say it makes sense. The Whedon version, yeah, it's done in a weird way, but you see memorials all around different places. You got Lois's reaction, and then you got those to showcase that the there's a disparity. And then just after you got Gotham rooftop newspaper, so there's more world building. It's just not executed that well. There's not really any world building in Snyder.
Yeah,
So
it's not good in either. One is slightly better.
yeah.
It means his own fake political agenda. Here we get to actually experience that loss through Lois. Her visiting Superman's
Okay, fucking the video skipped for me. Let me just...
created mainly to advance his own fake political agenda. Here we get to actually experience that loss through Lois Lane. We see her visiting Superman's memorial.
Yeah, that... Because this relationship has been very developed anyway.
But we do in the Whedon version. And we also see others visiting that same memorial, paying their respects. So, I don't understand.
Oh, people arguing with me on Twitter about Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I'm not happy.
Every morning, we see her crying alone at home, unable to move on. Throughout the movie, we get all these emotional beats that make us feel the sorrow she feels.
Yeah, but not from Martha, because fuck Martha, I guess. We're gonna see Martian Manhunter.
And we get this in the Whedon version. We also get this in the Whedon version. In fact, the scenes are nearly the exact same. So, shock.
Like, it's really impressive how much Whedon made this version better.
You haven't been to work since Clark died?
And so then, once Superman is finally resurrected...
By the way, you haven't been to work since Clark died. How much time has it passed? Because...
Over a year.
Isn't it like a year?
Yeah, I pointed out earlier, she would have been fired in the Whedon version. She's doing smaller stories.
Mm-hmm. Which makes more sense.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. Pretty amazing.
Through Lois Lane, that sorrow turns into joy. But if we're not shown that sorrow is there, we're not gonna feel it, and we're not gonna care.
He said that
We're
you
not
were
gonna
thirsty young woman.
But
feel
they
it.
genuinely do show it, like you just said, Jeb. And it's like this scene that shows it, so whatever.
He ever met. Hungry.
Yeah, that's it.
And you can find this same thing
I think as well, what people seem to really focus on with Whedon is these, yes, you're right, really weird lines. But they ignore everything else and focus on them, and then they ignore when Snyder has really weird lines.
Like, guys, you do realize not every single line Whedon does is like a pervert line. There is an actual story here.
Like, for example, as I said, Barry wants to date Wonder Woman, in the Snyder version. It's like there's moments where that exists in the Snyder version that you seem to just ignore, and I don't know why. It's bad in both.
Well, it's favoritism in a sense, really.
Yeah,
at
for
this
sure.
point.
It's confirmation bias. Ton is saying, yeah, I don't care how Lois feels, give me the perspective of the everyman who has to live in a world without Superman. Now, of course, that's subjective, but I 100% agree. It's way more interesting to see the world reacting to Superman's death instead of seeing just Lois.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
But she gives coffee to that cop in the car. You know,
Isn't it that cool? It's so cool. It's slow-mo when she gets out of the coffee shop for some reason.
it just shows how sad she is. We
The thing
really
is-
feel the emotion.
The thing is, so we get that more in the Whedon version with how everyone else feels, but when she gives the reason why she's in the field in the Snyder version is to give the coffee, and then she walks away. So that's trying to explain, oh, she's there at the exact right time as they revived Superman. But
Isn't that
that's completely
convenient?
different from where they originally gave the coffee.
Oh,
Which means how does she know that the officer's over there instead now? How does she know how does she even know he's in the area?
so does she just walk
he's like, he
around
could be on
that
duty then.
the monument for Superman and be like, where is that cop? I gotta give him his coffee.
Apparently so.
That's weird, and that makes it even more contrived. That scene that she just happens to
Yeah.
be there, and she's the thing that makes Superman calm down.
Randy, exactly. He literally crushes on Wonder Woman at Superman's grave and admits it to Cyborg. And also, what makes this worse, they're digging up the grave without Lois even knowing. Lois doesn't know this is happening.
I'm lazy.
I'd
Thing
say that's
repeat-
worse. I'd say that's worse than any cringy sexual line that Whedon does, because that's a major disrespect to a dead body.
And you can find this same thing repeating over and over again. These big
Is he really gonna praise this scene? The scene where like it's impressive. Like Cyborg's run is Victor, because he's not Cyborg yet. His run is fucking like the best run ever made in like football history. Like he'd be fucking drafted for first draft easily. Like dude, he fucking gets past I think 5 people. So many people tackle him, and he just fucking doesn't fall. I mean, and the funniest thing is that when he goes for the touchdown, he falls and it's out of bounds. But the film is like, no, not out of bounds at all.
No.
So funny.
Let's just ignore the rules. Like, I don't know the rules, but yeah.
Yeah.
bigger and smaller emotions us into what the characters are thinking.
That's such a
and
Spider-Man
feeling,
moment.
be that a choice.
The visual storytelling
He just sees
is
the
nice.
he just sees the empty seat. That's like the exact thing from Spider-Man 2. And it's like how, like, okay, he may have known where his mother was. Like the seat wouldn't have been open though, or he wouldn't even be able to see it because so many people around there, everyone jumping around and whatnot. So, but whatever, it looks cool.
Or a line of dialogue, or just a simple look.
Okay, so that moment.
Defeat.
That moment he
If you couldn't
outlines-
tell, these guys lost.
Yeah. Yeah. In that moment, where Aquaman's doing his stare, that's his conversation with Mera, and he just fucks off. Now, the next time we see Aquaman, he just decides to suddenly help with no explanation, despite having that reaction. Whereas in the Whedon version, he comes around, and that's how you know he wants to help. So Aquaman's willingness to help is better explained in the Whedon version than the Snyder version, because it actually comes from somewhere.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it's amazing.
No, not really.
For their lives, I stated.
Oh no, this.
Insecurity. Okay.
Oh my god, I tweeted the defeat screenshot because I thought it was way too funny. But look at this, though. This is the funniest shit. Insecurity.
Insecurity.
Oh
I'm
my
confused.
god.
She actually shows more insecurity in the Whedon version because she's scared to lead due to what happened with Steve. So I don't know.
Did your mother?
Liar.
Wait, hang on. So his so he's referencing the taunting. He also does the taunting in the Whedon version. In the nest fight. So
My
not only
blade
do we
is
get-
still fresh with the
So-
blood of your sisters.
So not only do we get the insecurity in the nest scene, we also get the insecurity of wanting to lead the team. It's far better.
Yeah, but it's not Snyder's cock, so.
Theme park trash.
Did you just say Schneider's cock?
Yes. It's the. It's a meme that SK shares all the time. The fucking. Is it
Yeah.
Snyder's cock? No, it's the theme park trash.
How is this serenity? Am I misunderstanding this definition?
Wait, yeah, I'm gonna look up the definition of serenity. Serenity.
Oh, the quality of being peaceful and calm. I wouldn't exactly call that moment peaceful and calm, given the
He's
stakes.
this
Yeah,
is
instead
how
of being calm,
he's doing.
peaceful, and
He's doing it
troubled.
out of desperation.
Yeah, this is a last
Yeah.
ditch moment. He's not calm. This is the exact opposite of calm. He
He's like-
he has
he
the
lit-
entire
he
world on his
literally-
back at this point.
He
If he
literally
fails.
he literally says, "You gotta pay the rule back. You gotta do it now. Come on!"
Yeah, that's
Like this is a last ditch effort. This is not really peaceful, is it?
That's amazing. Serenity though. Like I get like cuz visually it would show imply like it's a certain feeling. Serenity would of course be these blue colors cuz it's code colors, which means calmer. But this is retarded. To just say it, it's like, oh no, he's serene at this point. Like no, he's not.
The best.
Oh, the yodeling. Oh.
Oh my god,
Well-
the music!
What? What?
He
What?
isn't hesitating. He's
What
like,
do you
okay,
mean?
I gotta get that.
Wait.
He's like preparing to fight. That's
Yeah.
not hesitation.
Well, what's he hesitating about? I don't. What?
Why would he?
I would have
why would he
hesitated to be in this
hesitate?
film, that's for sure.
Why would he hesitate to kill Wonder Woman? I don't get it. That fucking yodeling. I'm just pausing for
Because his
copyright.
fucking armor just.
Why did only one the parademon shoot there? That was nice of them.
But to really see the difference, look at the villain side. Whereas in Justice League, our only insight into Steppenwolf was verbal exposition given by others that he essentially
Well,
In-
no,
You're
it was
showing
also-
us
Well, that's
a
incorrect.
vision.
It's not just
Flashback.
verbal. When
So-
we have the flashback when Wonder Woman is
so-
explaining it.
Not just
Yeah.
that. We in the scenes with Steppenwolf, we see him like taunting the heroes. We see self-pride of, go like it's too late for you. The truth is I've won, you've lost. And there's even a point where he's fascinated with Cyborg because he has the power of the Mother Box, and he's like, "You're going to see chaos soon." So there is that.
Is Jeb lagging out
To
for everyone else
Steppenwolf.
too?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was-
it's
yeah, I was gonna
it's
say.
just lagging just a bit.
In this.
You cut off quite a bit, Jeb.
And then
Yeah.
You
in,
there,
the,
Jeb?
in the Snyder version, there's also
Oh
that.
god.
Okay, where did I cut off at?
Most of what you said was cutting off. It was really. It has a huge delay as well to when you respond to what we're saying.
Fucking internet. But as I was saying,
It seems it's good now.
in the Whedon version, he's taunting characters. He shows self pride. He believes he's gonna win. What else did he show? Oh, he shows fascination with Cyborg, going, "You're going to become chaos," because he's has the power of other boxes, and even remembers that at the end. What else? I think that's about it. Other than his usual already with the flashback in Snyder, he has a lot more like begging towards the sword, which is a nice trait. And I think he has more scenes, but it doesn't establish what we don't already know, and the fact that he forgets Earth just diminishes a lot of his threat.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's there, and he's there more with a ruthless killing machine than someone who wants kind of like a fight and believes in his own ability. Where that's demonstrated better in Whedon, with more moments. So this is false.
I would also like to say that visual like flashbacks with narration they're not inherently bad. Like this is kind of needed for like Batman to learn about who Steppenwolf is in the Whedon version.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry, it'd be like if we like the 8th episode of Blind Manor is bad because all it is just exposition with narration.
Yeah, that would be really retarded. Well, I mean, the entire show is like narration and by a character, right? So
yeah, but that episode specifically is like it's very much a backstory with a narration, you know. But it's not bad; it's brilliant. So to say that, oh, we need this forced exposition flashback thing, and it's bad. It's like I don't. It's like within the context, it's actually quite needed because we need to at least learn, you know, the origin and slash story and what these things actually are.
Mm-hmm.
Batman definitely needs to know because he has no fucking idea.
Yeah, it makes sense in the context. They're talking.
All you need is to have good exposition is to have it make sense the way it's delivered. So you have a character that knows nothing, and you have a character that knows stuff. What do? You have the character that knows stuff tells the character that knows nothing. It's like it's the usual stuff that they do with Doctor Who, with the companion being the audience insert, and the Doctor being the Doctor who knows way too much.
Yeah.
Essentially wanted to destroy the Earth.
It's just exposition, guys. It's not bad inherently. It's how you actually execute the exposition. Bad exposition would be something like Chibnall Doctor Who, where all they do is just talk.
Yeah,
and it doesn't actually. It
oh,
doesn't
that
really work.
video that Jay shared about Ryan. Oh fuck's sake! Sorry. Jay posted on his second channel where Ryan is like, I think the video is called Ryan being a very interesting and deep character or whatever. And it's all like him delivering exposition. It's just him repeating what the Doctor just said, or literally stating stuff that is happening on screen. So it's like, oh, the thing just activated. Oh, I hope it's not evil or some shit. And it's like, that's pure Chibnall dialogue.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. Like Ton said, like Punisher in Daredevil in the Graveyard in season 2, like that would be bad if exposition was inherently bad. So. Because he's just like explaining his past, but that scene is like the best scene in Daredevil. So.
Others that he essentially wanted to destroy the Earth because he's an entitled teenage girl.
This world
is my right.
Here we
funny voice pitch.
That edit was funny.
That's
but,
That's a blatant fucking misrepresentation. Like he already
misrepresenting the film. No,
he already wants to conquer planets and amass an army and become a ruler, and then he wants revenge on Earth for beating him to keep his threat and to show that this is his right. This is what he's meant to do. That he can't be beat. To undo his loss. To be back from exile, from Darkseid. He literally says a line where he goes, a millennia in exile. So he is doing this to win back favour of Darkseid. Thanks for ignoring that, Filmento.
Finally understand doesn't have any interest in the Earth whatsoever. That the only thing he...
Yes, he does. Fuck off. No. Hang on.
Wait a minute.
He's conquering Earth to get one planet down to pay off his debt. And 2, he has the most interest in Earth because it has the mother boxes and the anti-life equation. He has to be interested in Earth to win back Darkseid's favour, which is the point you're going to make.
So he's misrepresenting the film again.
Yeah, he is. He's blatantly doing it.
He cares about is picking himself back up from the gutter.
Let me make a plea to him that I may come home after I take this world in his name.
He will hear your plea when you pay your debt.
Look, I'm not saying we go.
So that ignores any scene after with the sad, which includes the anti-life stuff, where his motivation changes a bit, and it ignores that again in Whedon he's said to be in exile. So again, cheers.
Go to Thanos here, but at least now we can view Steppenwolf as something more than just a DC CGI monstrosity trying to destroy the Earth, because that's what DC CGI monstrosities do. He's someone with an unyielding obsession to go home no matter the price, something which we can emotionally both understand and relate to. And that's another very crucial lesson to learn. If you want the audience to feel and care, the way to do that is to let them in on what it is your characters feel and care about.
Isn't it nice that you bring that up and there's actual character dialogue in the Whedon version? There's actually moments where Superman gets to tell how it feels when he's been brought back, how it feels to be alive, how he feels leaving Lois. Isn't it great that you get established motivations like in the Snyder version? Isn't it great that we have dedicated scenes to characters talking about this stuff? Isn't it great?
No, but it's cringe though. It's really cringe.
Like, I'm tired of this.
That's CGI lip.
I'm tired of this complete bullshit that Whedon never did it. Whedon did it better. The reason why you find Snyder probably did it better is because it was drawn out longer, maybe, and there's some
because
like
it's
nice,
really cool,
and there's nice music and visuals, and it's like, I don't give a shit. It's still being done in both. Stop acting like it doesn't in Whedon.
I mean, we all know films with good visuals are just fantastic, right? And we'd never focus on the writing. It's not like, oh, I don't know, some random Star Wars film is the exact same way. Oh, I don't know. Couldn't possibly be something like that. No, it'd be ridiculous.
It's like
film's great.
It's like even in this, they introduced Darkseid as a new character, and you expect, oh, there'd be some character to him. Every scene he's an idiot. Like, he forgets Earth. When the boob tube's open, he just doesn't try to attack or send his Armada through to help Steppenwolf, despite the stakes. It's like, fuck off, I don't care about you as a villain. You're an idiot. You have no threat to me.
When you have your big villain, like your Thanos type villain forgets the planet, where he lost the only battle he ever lost in his life, like, yeah, that's a big deal, don't you think? Like, that makes me not care about this villain because he's fucking incompetent. Not that Thanos is great, but, you know.
Great. Cyborg's mum's face right now is how I just was watching Snyder Cut. Just vacant and just feeling like I'm kind of dead inside.
It's really kind of dead inside. I feel you.
It's not about how much time you have, it's about how you use it. Josstice League had 2 hours and yet it chose to spend.
It's funny you went on this point, you fucking idiot. Because
yikes.
Is Discord being autism? No, it's my computer being autism. Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear me at this point.
He tries. He really tries with the characters.
Doesn't do much in those 4 hours. It's like, well, okay. And to answer 2 questions, we did cut better. There's a document in the description. Randy explained why I've proven that. Revolution, I take, but they're both the same motivation. So neither, I guess.
Well, they have the same goal. The motivation is slightly different, though, isn't it? Where, like, in the Whedon, he wants to get his mother, who's trapped in the mother boxes, and in this one, he wants to, like, pay his debt to Darkseid, right?
No.
Okay.
So, in the Whedon version, he wants to go back home from exile, like in the Snyder version. And to do that, he's obviously trying to take over Earth. The difference in the Snyder version is the anti-life equation when that plays into it, but that kind of diminishes him further because he should have known that it's on there, so his motivation's a bit undermined. And Neb raised a good suggestion in chat. It should have been he was trying to find the shortcut of finding where the anti-life equation is, sort of deal. I don't know, but the motivation is the same basically.
Yeah. Alright.
Not main hero's father-son relationship, but instead on this random nameless Russian family.
Okay.
Which is good because it adds world building and shows how locals are impacted by Steppenwolfs.
Yeah,
No, but
adds extra
you
stakes.
don't know them, so that makes it bad.
Yeah, not like
It's-
remember
it's
in
pointless.
Avengers when Cap saves that woman, and then afterwards we have she has an interview
Oh, yeah,
and we
yeah.
see her on TV and she's like, he saved
Yeah.
my life and whatever. It's like, wow, that's
pretty good.
really meaningful. Like they're saving everyday people.
Mhm.
That's why they do what they do. Isn't that cool? And so like, Joss
Yeah,
Whedon
it's
is
really
obviously trying to invoke the same thing here, where it's like, oh, this family is gonna be in danger, and Superman and Flash are gonna help them because like they need to help them. They're heroes. So it's like I don't really see a huge issue with it. It can feel kind of weird, just being like very somewhat out of place. Like you feel like it's not very well integrated into the story, which like I kind of agree, but I still feel like it adds to the stakes and it makes the characters,
It's
especially Flash, more
something.
endearing.
It
Yeah.
is something.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Which now, something to compare it to, clearly wasn't the right choice.
Why?
Hang on, but no, his comparison doesn't make sense because this Russian family is focused in the final act. Cyborg's dad dying is the second act low point. So that isn't the right comparison for Filmento.
Alfred, I know it.
What makes you so sure?
Faith, Alfred. Faith.
That's stupid.
I have faith now.
Whedonstein's. Oh, okay. Alright.
Finally, the next big core problem with Josstice League was that director Joss Whedon's signature goofy tone went entirely against the characters that movie was about and also spit in the face of everything that came before it.
What? Oh, you're saying
Sorry.
this film
Superman's
keeps continuity with what came before. Is that what you're saying? Because if it is, fucking kill yourself. You're very wrong.
Like, what? Like, the thing is, he's making this point, but the only character that we've seen to be like, well, two characters to be super serious is Batman and Superman. Flash is being introduced. Flash is being
Flash is
introduced.
new.
Cyborg is new. Is Aquaman? Did Aquaman come before or
Aquaman
after
was
Justice
Oh,
League?
it's after.
Yeah,
Oh,
Aquaman
well.
was 2018.
Yeah, after.
Okay, so Aquaman's introduced. Diana is Wonder Woman's after, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
It was before.
No, Wonder Woman 2017 comes before
Yeah, it was
Justice
before
League.
Justice League.
Okay, so she's basically the same character in terms of like certain traits anyway. In this. So yeah, this point doesn't stand. It only applies to Batman and Superman's dead for most of the film, and Batman's the same. So
But, you know, it's depending on the continuity, because the continuity of the DCU is clearly very good. Like,
so
how Diana says, I stepped away from humanity for 100 years in the end of BVS.
No, you didn't.
So, Sam, yeah, neither military forces react to Steppenwolf in Marvel Cut, but it's worse in Snyder because military are literally seeing Steppenwolf try to take the third mother box and Martial Manhunter. And then Torn, yeah, everything that came before was garbage, so wouldn't you rather try and improve from that rather than keep it the same?
Yeah, like you'd need some serious retconning, which probably wouldn't make for good stories at first. So, like, unless you just did Flashpoint at this point, which they're gonna do with the Flash film. So,
And Nebula, I raised that suggestion.
yeah, that would have been a lot better.
For example, one of the earlier movies like BVS was that we often strayed away from what we were doing to set up something to do in the future. Not really ideal, but if that's the price to pay so that we can one day get this, fine. But then...
No, that's not fine.
On.
What?
So, no, if you're having false world building that causes issues, that's not okay at all. Snyder Cut does this as well. It forces in setups that completely destroy all world building. Like, no, that's not okay. It causes more issues for your rating. Either do it a better way or don't have it. Just
comes Justice and snaps all that spent time out of existence. The Dark
Not really. This was supposed to like continue the DCU. So like that's not doing any of that. I don't really get what he's saying. Like, because the Justice League, the 2017 one, is the one that's considered canon by Warner, so that's continuing the universe. So it isn't just snapping it; it's actually like setting up a lot of stuff. Like it sets up Aquaman's arc in his own film, which is retarded, but like that isn't really the
sets up future Justice League members. But granted, that's also in the Snyder Cut.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but like if yeah, but like it doesn't matter if it's in the Snyder Cut. What he's saying is that the Justice League, that it doesn't have any of that when it actually does. So he's just wrong.
Yeah.
It does. It's better.
Of course.
Future gone. The mysteriously.
Okay, so the dystopia future being gone. Honestly, I think that might be the best thing that was gone, because every single second there was a new issue, and people go, "Oh, Batman was streaming." People go, "Oh, Batman was streaming," and it's like, well, how is he having these dreams? And these are things that are going to happen. These are things that are going to happen anyway. We know they're going to happen. That's the point of them. So the issues still stand.
The ominous MacGuffins replaced by meaningless boxes that we first learn about in a way that makes no sense.
But
incorrect. We find out about the boxes through Lex's notes. They know that something's coming through the parademons because they have occurrences, but they already knew about the mother boxes.
Because Lex knew because of what he did in BVS, right? The Ultimate Edition or whatever, where he called.
Yeah, and they have his notes.
Right. So yeah, that actually makes sense. Like the parademon burning the 3 boxes of when he dies, it's dumb, but yeah, it actually makes sense how they find out. But how did they find out in the? So how they find out in the Snyder Cut is the box is activated after Superman dies, then Steppenwolf kills the Amazons, and then they throw an arrow that burns, and like the plan is to have Wonder Woman find that out, get the arrow, getting to the place to like read out the history, right?
So Whedon version, Lex's notes and the arrows done the same, just we don't know if the arrow can actually burn out over time. So, you know, the Snyder version, they have Lex's notes still, and Diana still does the arrows, so it's the same, but Snyder adds more issues with the fire burning out as an example.
Right. So, so I just like
it's literally the same.
Yeah. Yeah, so like, okay, so yeah, this one doesn't make sense, I guess.
Even the parody went from a real threat to a straight up joke because every time they did something, the movie would just cut away.
Oh, you mean like how you have some parademons just shooting like stormtroopers and missing every single shot, especially when like someone is going in their direction, or like the parademon that fucking he jumped away from the minigun to shoot at Batman closer because I don't fucking know why. He just did it.
So, the parademons are much, much worse in the Snyder Cut, so Filmento's incorrect. They forget to guard the Unity, as an example. They forget to shoot more often than not. Some of them don't have guns suddenly, even though they already had guns. What else? They're idiots in tactical during the entire third act, actually. The fact they don't shoot Batman, as Marcus said. The fact they can't aim at all until that one lucky shot with Barry. They're just far worse. And Whedon has some of these issues, but again, Snyder worsens them. It's just great.
That seems to be a theme.
Yeah, I keep
every time.
Yeah, I keep stressing this point because I think this is the basis of it all. Snyder's cut is Whedon's, but longer and worse.
Yeah.
Worser. Amazing job.
Look, I'll speak in Spanish from now on. Mi español.
Yokos died.
What? That was also in the...
Wait.
What?
Yeah, that was in the Whedon cut.
Wait, okay. So now he's showing the
Snyder
Snyder Cut version, so let me see what the difference is.
Why'd they stop shooting at him?
Whereas in the Snyder Cut, the intention was clearly...
Okay. So
they
hang on it longer, I guess.
That's actually in the Snyder Cut. What? No, that's
We shot his leg.
So
now take
the difference that he's saying is that in the Snyder Cut they spent longer showing that, like, to not just jump around, I guess.
But that's the case in the Whedon version.
Like, did they show the exact same thing where he's like in pain and then they grab him?
I think so, yeah.
Well, because then he just edited it, misrepresenting the scene here, because the point of the scene was here, before this. The point of showing this, I guess.
Yeah.
Parademons went from a real threat to a straight up joke because every time they did something, the movie would just cut away.
Okay. Oh, so they cut away from that. That's what he's saying. So they cut away from what they were doing. But like, they stopped shooting in Snyder's version, so that's making them way less of a threat.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what they're doing in the Whedon's cut, and in Zack Snyder's cut, what they're doing is retarded.
Yeah, they're not even accounted for the majority of the Snyder Cut and where they are. And you can't really say a cut takes away their threat when they just shot Barry Allen.
Yep. Fucking hell.
Whereas in the Snyder Cut, the intention was
I like how he just stands there as well. He doesn't even try to run.
Yeah, no, not like he has heightened reflexes or anything. No, that's fine.
You can literally, even if you're not as fast as you normally are, you can still try to run.
I just need to go back a set to see what his point is going to be here.
Just gonna put on the cover because I feel like this will get me copyrightisms.
Whereas in the Snyder Cut, the intention was clearly to build rather than destroy. For example, the movie begins with the death of Superman in BVS, which it uses as a very effective foundation to set up Steppenwolf.
I feel we've gone over why this is a problem. So, it doesn't work as a foundation. It works to literally destroy, which goes against your point, because it destroys the entire universe.
I love how he shows Lex calling Darkseid, because that scene makes no sense. Like, why would Lex do that?
Yeah, like, he doesn't want God.
Completely against his fucking motivation. It's like, oh, see, there's this overpowered person that I want to get rid of because I feel like powerful people are bad. But I'm also going to call this powerful person who wants to destroy the world because, yes. And also, like, he calls directly Darkseid, right? So if he does that, how does Darkseid not know that this is Earth and that this is where the anti-life equation is and everything?
I didn't even clock that.
Yeah, I just thought of it. That makes it way worse. Like, Darkseid is way worse now. Oh god.
Amazing.
Yay. Why do people like this again?
Actually,
Snyder. It's like cool. It has
Snyder's
like,
cock.
yeah. It has the saturated look. It has the
Nice.
the 4:3 ratio, and you know, artsy
Some
shit.
neat music.
Yeah, I mean the soundtrack is fantastic. That's the
On
only thing I
occasion.
love it. Well, like the soundtrack itself is fantastic. The way they use it a lot of the time is like, why did you choose this song to play
Yeah.
here? Like when they're going up the stairs, there's just fucking rock music playing. It's so hilarious.
Yeah.
And then it just cuts out
You know,
for 2
they do
seconds.
over.
And
I
then it
think they
plays
over. I do think they overused that Wonder Woman theme a bit. Because it
Oh,
got
I
old
have
really fast.
nothing against the Wonder Woman thing. What I have against is the fucking yodeling, because I love her theme and I feel like, yeah, they should use it. But there's every time Wonder Woman shows up, it's just ah, no, like, please stop, please don't.
I wonder what the point was there.
Well, it's
Like,
because
wh-
it
like,
makes
why
it
they
seem
did
like a
that.
warrior or some shit.
It's
Like that's
because
what
it's
Brown
so
Table said in
epic.
It's like, oh, it's a
Gotcha.
warrior scream. Like I don't know, fucking.
Fucking epic.
Overall, this movie feels like a potential next step to what has come before in a way that also validates what has come before. We move closer to that grim future where Superman has been flipped. We get a full-on moment of Flash turning back time. We get a proper lead up to something darker. We even get an extensive scene in the dystopian future.
And that
And it's shit.
fucking
But I know these things are
problems
good.
that worsen your fucking film just because it
I
exists.
understand that English is clearly not his first language.
Oh, yeah, I
but
think
he
he's South
really
Korean or
needs to
some
redraft his script.
He
He really
Like-
needs to
Yeah.
redraft his scripts.
Like everything he described causes bigger issues. We already knew
Yeah,
a
oh,
bigger
yeah.
threat was coming. We already knew they were taking steps towards that bigger threat. Those existed in the Whedon cut, and they were done better. They didn't add issues, and the nightmare sequence, as I said before, every second there's an issue. Especially the fact that Joker's kept alive. I was questioning for 10 minutes, why is he kept alive?
Yeah.
Like, Harley's killed, yet Joker kills Batman's adopted son and is alive. Because Batman won't die, like he doesn't want to die, so he's going to use Joker, which contradicts what happened in the Snyder Cut where he's prepared to die, again like in the Whedon Cut. So, I don't understand.
Yeah, one of the things is, like, I'm pretty sure at the beginning of that scene, they make it a clear point that they need to get moving. Like, they need to get somewhere. They don't specify where, I don't think. But, and then, like, Batman is clarifying that, but then, you know, he decides to have a conversation with Joker instead of, you know, getting a move on. And then Superman shows up.
Yeah, and it's like,
It's because Batman says fuck.
it's like their hiding spot as well. It's literally not a hiding spot, that would be noticed.
Yeah.
Where we live in a society so messed up that Batman and
He said it. We live in a
Ah, he
society.
said the thing.
Joker
doesn't even say it
are
in the
forced to
film.
work together.
Why would
Yeah,
he need
just
to work
'cause-
together with Joker?
You can't just
All
say
the
they're
people.
forced to work together, therefore good. You gotta look at why, and the why makes zero sense. There is no reason why.
So, oh, we're gonna fight fucking Darkseid and fucking Superman. Let's get Joker. It's the same thing as in Suicide Squad, the first one, where they're like, oh yeah, this woman with a bat. Let's get her to fight this fucking entity that's gonna destroy the world. Let's not call Batman or Flash or whatever. Like, what's going on?
Oh, man.
Amanda Waller's such a great character.
This is exactly what I've been waiting for. This is exactly what I've been
This is what you've been
And then
waiting
I
for.
Oh my god, your fucking standards must be so low. Jesus Christ.
You were waiting
I hate
for-
how, yeah, I saw people call this, like, one of the greatest Batman and Joker interactions, like, arguably better
God,
than the one in
no.
Dark Knight, and it's just like, you're in,
Bruh.
oh my god, that's so sad.
So, wait, so people are
They
like,
clearly have not either watching the films,
like just if you read fucking the Killing Joke and you tell me this is better than the Killing Joke's final scene, like fucking kill yourself.
Even just like the brief scene in Dark Knight Returns in the Tunnel of Love, where he's like, "Do you know how many like the people I've murdered by letting you live?"
Yep.
It's like I haven't kept count. Well, I have. It's like, dude,
that's just.
I don't know.
Why did you send a boy to do a boy wanted to do a man's job? It's like,
that line was so cringy.
I don't know if you guys have played the second season of the Batman Telltale games, but the interaction between Joker and Bruce are so good compared to this. Like, fucking hell, it's miles better.
Oh,
it's
and
actually
if
quite
a games as well. Then we have all the Arkham games, where it's like it has so much better stuff.
Oh yeah,
Arkham Knight would be my favorite just because it's inside Bruce's head, but like everything is just so good.
Thing is, even in Isolation, when you break down this scene, we've got Batman bringing Joker along, which makes no sense. Joker needs to see taunting Batman about Jason Todd again, and I'm like, really? I'm not sure why you're doing this. There's no natural lead up to this. Batman's contradicting the fact that he's willing to sacrifice himself. Now he suddenly isn't. Harley Quinn's dead. Not Joker though. Joker can live. Joker's meant to be the one that dies. And the fact that Joker laughs like a dying cancer patient. I'm sorry. There's no conceivable way this is anywhere near the best Batman Joker interaction.
Just Joker having his hands on Bruce's face in Joker is a better Batman Joker interaction. That isn't even Batman.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he even goes, after this is done, as I promised to Harley's dead body, I will fucking kill you. And I'm like, so why didn't you ever kill him before?
Yeah, it's like that's the thing, because like that scene, you have him saying, "Oh, we're gonna kill you," and then Joker does the thing, "Oh, you're not," and
I made no mistake, I will fucking kill you.
But like, I don't get why it's a big deal, because this Batman kills, so like, this doesn't have any emotional weight. Because like, when you have Daredevil telling Kingpin he's gonna kill him, that's a fucking huge deal in the show.
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah.
But when you have a character like, well, if you had the Punisher saying, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you," like as an exception, it wouldn't work. Like, I don't get it, because like, and like, you know what, they actually do this well in the Punisher show, because they do the opposite. They have him make Billy continue surviving after they fight in the season 1 finale. He to have Billy continue suffering. So it's like they actually do the exact same thing, but like the opposite. That because that works for Punisher, works for a character like the Punisher, which is what it would work like, which is what would work if you had a character like Batman is in this universe. But I guess they don't know how to explore characterization in this fucking DCU.
On the other side, to put it harshly, Joss Whedon's style of comedy is actual poison to DC's established tone and characters.
But the Snyder Cut is also very tonally retarded. Like, it's so inconsistent.
Yeah, like instantly, when they're discussing the plan, Aquaman, I think, asks how Barry's gonna do something, and Barry goes through the power of love, and it's like, you're trying to establish a plan to stop the multiverse dying. It's so out of nowhere.
Well, it's because Flash knows that the power of love makes you throw like energy beams out of your gauntlet. Like, he's seen Wonder Woman 2017. He knows that.
The main villain turned into a dumb goofball who has to have a witty one-liner for every single thing, regardless of whether
Steppenwolf's a bigger idiot because he forgets what Earth is. There's no excusing that. And he at points could kill characters, and it's like, no. Especially with Cyborg. At least in the Whedon version, he deliberately injures Cyborg enough where Cyborg can't fight back, and he's won. Even though he should kill him, but you get my point.
Yeah.
even make any sense.
Primitive beings.
No.
This is supposed to be funny? What?
And as the heroes pretty much
Hey, he has an axe.
Yeah,
Well-
he still has the axe. I don't understand.
I think the issue is he hasn't.
But don't
he
you get
hasn't-
it? He has an axe.
So the joke is he has an axe, which is a primitive weapon, but they forget that he's kind of
But-
in exile. He's not going to have the giant ships.
But
and
isn't
everything, is
his
he?
axe like very powerful? Like, doesn't he use his axe to teleport himself?
I don't think it's the axe that does it, but his axe is very powerful, and it's even used to help do the anti-life thing. So
Yeah.
whereas a missile doesn't even do anything like that kind of rocket,
Mm-hmm.
so of course he's going to call that primitive.
Yeah, because it's
does
not advanced
nothing.
enough to even like scratch him. So
No,
much
Steppenwolf. Unless Steppenwolf also forgot where Earth was in the Snyder Cut,
everyone forgets
Because-
for stuff where Earth is, I guess.
because if he remembered, he wouldn't go, "I have found the planet," and he wouldn't go, "It's lost." So he also forgets.
Which he should know because he's like Darkseid's bitch in that film. He's trying to repay his debt. So
Yeah.
and it's like it doesn't decide say like, oh yeah, we know that story, so yeah, they should know. He even says like I found the planet, like I found the anti-life equation. So that if he knows what that is, that it means he would know which planet this is. So yeah, dumb.
every single one is degraded just because Joss Whedon just has to recycle his super funny self-aware Marvel comedy. And actually, I don't even want to say Marvel comedy because Marvel has far exceeded Joss Whedon. Just
Far
Joss
exceeded.
Whedon.
No, it's not.
Avengers 2012 says some really good jokes.
Yeah, and it's like
Yeah.
Avengers 2012 is like the best Avengers film. So to show Endgame,
Yeah.
to say they have far succeeded, that's not true.
Cheese
Also-
whiz.
Also, it's quite telling when he has to use obviously the very, very worst, but he doesn't use any references of where Snyder makes good jokes out of his worst
Mm-hmm.
to show how they operate comparatively at the worst.
Right.
It's just it's like,
Actually,
okay.
what he's saying isn't even right about MCU succeeding in Joss Whedon, because like even his humor. So like you in Avengers, Tony calls Thor Point Break, and that's the code they use in Ragnarok for Thor to be able to access the ship. So like that joke is completely reliant on Joss Whedon, who made that joke originally. So the MCU, even 5 years after the first Avengers film, they're still using Joss Whedon's style of humor. So that's just wrong.
Yeah, because they're honoring, the continuity of the world.
Yeah, but MCU cares about that at least a little.
So Netcat tweeted about our podcast. I already started watching. I only have so much patience for this. I'll expend it watching EFAT tomorrow. I'm listening to things I actually enjoy right now. It's fine if you don't enjoy it, honestly, but I'd like to know why. But it seems that you can't handle your precious Snyder Cut being criticised. Because
Hey, guess what? Your film that you like is fucking dog shit. Fucking face
Sorry, who said
reality.
this?
Netcat. Rarely am I like I think you just don't like your film being criticised. In this case, I do, because I'm continuously supplying references showing how it's better with direct scene by scene comparisons. I'm
yeah, like
always
Jeb
showing
is
references.
the person here who's like doing all the heavy lifting, showing how this, how the new version is way worse than Whedon's.
Yeah.
It's literally linked in the description of my document. There is no way you can go, the Snyder version is better at the moment because of all the references I'm doing. There's no argument. I don't think it's.
By the way, we found new problems as well during the stream.
Which is really funny.
Elias said, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume Steppenwolf was around for the first attack. I'm not saying he's
That's not
around
what
for the
he's saying.
first attack. I'm saying he knows about the first attack. He knows
Yeah,
about
he knows.
anti-life.
He knows what anti-life,
That's what-
the anti-life equation is. He knows what the mother boxes are. He fights 3 mother boxes in the same planet. and he doesn't realize it's Earth. Like, it's really dumb. He just forgets, like, huh, okay.
In comedy.
Sorry, you've never done battle. I've just pushed some people and run away.
That's actually a character moment. It's not just a joke. But okay.
Yeah,
I like the save one person, but I like it. Fight me.
I also really like
same here. I think.
So is he saying that's a joke? That's not a joke. That's like a really cool character moment. It's like save one person. That's all you have to do.
Yeah,
because yeah, go ahead.
I think it could have been done earlier in a smoother way, but the fact they actually take on this is Barry's first experience is better, because Snyder should really be doing that. Barry's a rookie. We need to see how that
he's a
impacts
rookie, but in his film he also
exactly.
reverses time.
Yeah, even with Cyborg, he's a rookie, so we see struggle. So what this allows is for Barry to look at the more experienced ones and get guidance from them. That's an interesting character dynamic that Snyder never bothers exploring.
Almost like Whedon cares more about character than Snyder.
Just
What?
Impossible.
And whether you love or hate Zack Snyder as a filmmaker, at least he knows how to be respectful to these characters in terms of how they in this universe have been established. Maybe Wonder Woman
Flash is
doesn't
new,
need
you
to
fucking retard.
Flash hasn't been established earlier, so that's a very poor choice of clips to use. But
the
all right.
most you've had is Flash in a corner store saving someone.
Which you know what, the Snyder doesn't keep that consistent in his cut of Justice League and with that scene in BVS, because in BVS that scene, like when he goes super fast, the store fucking blows up because of, like, the lightning and everything. But in Zack Snyder's Justice League, when he's like just going up in those stairs with people around him, like the lightning doesn't hurt anyone, like there's nothing blowing up. Or when you can also see, like, when he's in that dog place, he goes at super speed, the lights don't go off, like nothing exploding in terms of like electricity or anything. So that's inconsistent anyway, so you're wrong. And like, yeah, Joss Whedon doesn't keep it consistent either, but like you're saying Joss Whedon doesn't and Zack Snyder does, which is untrue.
To be saved by a guy who falls on her chest. Maybe she can just land on her feet. Maybe Flash doesn't.
Hang on. In that moment, she lands on her feet, and then the debris comes down. So Flash instinctually runs at her. So
Flash saves her.
That works. Flash saving her is better than her just landing. What you could have done is just not have the way he landed solved.
Yeah.
He could have got hurt for trying to save her because of how he had to not, like, think of the direction he's going. He has to just do it. So he hits it towards something. That'd be a nice character moment.
I agree. Alice is saying that Alfred is great. I wouldn't call him great. I think great is an overstatement, but he is like the best character in the entire universe. So.
Yeah.
Well, Billy from Shazam potentially.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy to say Alfred is great. I'm happy to give that.
Well, I'd say he's good because he's consistent with everything we've been shown, but we definitely don't have enough to call him great, I'd say.
By the standards of the Snyderverse, he is fantastic.
Oh no, yeah, he's like masterpiece, magnum opus.
The reason why I find him great is he's consistent. He's got charisma. He's amusing, and Jeremy Irons puts in a great performance.
Sure.
If Aunt May is great in Spider-Man 2, I'm like, well, Alfred's great in Snyder Cut, kind of deal.
Sure.
Need to be a useless moron who achieves nothing in the whole movie.
In this scene you're showing he saves people. What are you saying?
What? Oh no, Filmento.
He saves multiple people in the Nest fight and then helps in just killing parademons. In this fight, he saves people. So I don't I don't understand. He is doing stuff.
I don't.
Yeah, but it's
He's
not
more
done in a
useful
cool way.
in the Whedon
Yeah, but
version
he's
than
not like
he's-
going at light speed to fucking run around and to wait till Cyborg signals to him, even though he doesn't signal to him at the moment he should. So.
Yeah, it's like he does more in Whedon version. The only time he actually does something of significance in Snyder breaks the entire film. So Whedon better.
Yeah. Like, if you give your character more to do, like, that doesn't necessarily mean it's better. Like, if you give more depth to a character, because the depth could be contradictory to what has previously been established, which would in turn mean the character is worse. So, like, I don't know, I feel like Finn is probably a worse character than Rey in the sequel trilogy, because Rey is like, she's a Mary Sue, she's a nothing character. Finn, his characterization is contradictory to his past and everything. Like, Rey's is true, but less so. So it's like, that's like, if you give a character more depth, it needs to be consistent, which is why, like, Iron Man 3 is such a terrible film, because it fucks with Tony's character so much.
And is why Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is so good.
Yes, because the depth they give to each character is always consistent.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like in season 7, where they have Coulson being like knowing everything of where they had to go and like geeking out over over like them being in the past, because he's ever since season 1 we know he's been like a history buff, and like or season 4 he in the framework is a history teacher. It's like those are really cool details.
I mean, even before he joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he used to be a history teacher. That's why he got hired.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's like, that's just carrying stuff that's been established before and building upon it, which is what you should do when you're characterizing. So, but if you give something, oh, we're just adding this scene, it breaks everything. It's not going to make it better. It's going to make it a lot worse. A simple story that it makes sense is way better than a complex story that doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Maybe he can be the one who ultimately saves everyone. Maybe Cyborg can be a real person, CGI shell. Maybe Aquaman can be more.
Cyborg is a real person. So that's misrepresentation. And Flash can do that. Flash could generally do that. But if you're going to do that idea, you need to make sure it's well written. And it doesn't. Cyborg could be more developed, but Snyder doesn't do it properly. These things can be done and they can be improved upon, but Snyder just makes it worse.
Yep. And Aquaman, Griffin in the video I mentioned that Sod edited, he also mentions that Aquaman is a lot better in this film. But like, do you see anything like that in terms of development? Because I have no clue what he means.
So, Aquaman has his whole resentment, like in Whedon. Then he just turns for some reason, and he randomly doesn't trust Cyborg, and then he's suddenly happy to do everything.
Right.
I wish I was misrepresenting the film, but that's pretty much it. In Whedon, he has the resentment. Then it's explained why he has a change of heart with his conversation with Mira. Like in the Snyder where he gets angry or goes away. Then he doesn't trust Cyborg because of the whole Superman situation. He thinks he's the enemy because he compromised it all. Rather than Cyborg being created by the Mother Box or having the Mother Box and giving it to them.
Right.
Which doesn't make sense. Then we have Aquaman scene where he expresses how he has these fears, but he knows he's got to do what's right with the lasso, and that explains why he's in the final fight.
Yeah, I don't really like that scene because I feel like it's really unnatural. Like, he just sits on the lasso, but like that explains his motivation. So it's like it's not as bad as Snyder, I guess, because at least we know why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah, I think the worst aspect for me is it's not clear why he turns, and his distrust of Cyborg makes no sense, because just because Cyborg has the Mother Box doesn't make him the enemy. He's literally giving it to you and helping you.
Yep. Yeah, that was retarded when it was like, oh, do you have this thing? Like, are you the enemy even though they've been trying to get the mother box somewhere else, and he knows Cyborg can fly at this point, so why didn't Cyborg just fly away with the mother box to Steppenwolf? Like, it's retarded.
Rapid Ranger just went, I mean, I also know Jeb, etc. They're good people, but that ECUM episode from what I watch is pretty irrational. So there's really no need to continue it. What do you mean irrational?
Oh my.
What do you mean irrational? Of course, of all the episodes you have people be angry at us, it would be the Snyder Cut one. Fucking irrational. What do you mean by irrational? Like, genuinely, I have no clue.
I think we've all seemed fairly calm in discussing this movie.
But that ECUM
surprisingly, because it's pretty bad.
Oh yeah, it's bad. We like to discuss it very in a very analytical way because that's how we analyze everything. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I admit the opening of our stream was a bit chaotic, but we literally said it's a bit chaotic. We're waiting to do the intro.
Yeah, we were waiting for BatNick to join, and we were just chatting shit because we were like, "This film is bad," and we were laughing at it.
Yeah, it's super bad.
But sure, yes, we're irrational. Whatever you say.
More than just a carefree bro. Maybe Bruce Wayne doesn't need to forget that his parents and foster child are dead. Maybe Superman doesn't need to be such a colorful...
Wait, what?
Such a colorful...
Wait, what was that about? Batman doesn't need to forget his parents and foster child are dead. They have no relevance to the...
I think
he doesn't forget.
I think he's being like, oh, Aquaman also lost his parents, therefore I should be more empathetic towards him, even though he doesn't know that by that point, does he?
No, he doesn't. He has no idea, and that scene, he was questioning about how there's this guy that goes fishing, can I speak to him? He's trying to recruit Aquaman.
Mm-hmm.
That's his focus. It's not about dead parents.
Yeah, I don't get
understand.
why he did what Filmento's point is. And if I'm gonna rewind a bit, because if he's going with the point about Superman that I think he is, he's really retarded.
Child are dead. Maybe Superman doesn't need to be such a colorful casual jokester that he never does anything in an actually meaningful way.
The scene he showed was in the Snyder Cut. It was
on.
literally in the Snyder Cut, that scene. It was just color. The color was different.
It's pretty much the same scene.
So it's funny he makes that point, because Superman literally has zero. Well, not literally. He has little to nothing character in the Snyder version. He actually has character. In the Whedon version, Superman is much better. He's not just some empty beating up vessel on Steppenwolf.
Yeah, like in the Snyder version, it takes so long to kill Steppenwolf. He's just beating. I don't remember if it's different in the Whedon cut, but it's like, why haven't you killed him already? And he's like, and he's also like, oh, not impressed or whatever when he first arrives, and the way he looks when he dodges the fucking Steppenwolf's hand, and it's like, no, he's clearly being a jokester here as well, so I don't get what the point is. Like, there's not really a huge difference between these two in this scene, at least. And like, he even showed the same exact scene that is in the Snyder Cut. He just showed it with from the 2017 version because, I don't know, it doesn't prove his point.
Well, I believe in truth. But I'm also a big fan of justice.
For dark side.
One pause.
Not impressed.
So that's worse, because at least when he goes, I'm a big fan of truth, but I'm also a big fan of justice, it's naturally following on what Steppenwolf says. Him saying not impressed comes out of nowhere. It doesn't make sense for Superman to even come up with that.
But it's a cool one-liner though, and he's like, "Yo, I'm Superman." Isn't that cool? And then he uses his cold breath that he never used before because I don't fucking know.
Also,
and he's in the black suit.
Yo.
Why does Superman try to take? Why does Superman try to take on the X-Blow instead of just attacking Steppenwolf?
Because it looks cool. Like, generally, there's no reason. Like, a lot of what he does in this final fight, there's no reason for what he's doing. He should just use his laser eyes, cut Steppenwolf's head, and that's it.
Like, I don't understand.
Not impressed.
Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Don't compare it to that.
This guy's still bothering you?
At this point, I guess I'm...
What? Wait.
Why?
They don't equate.
What kind of... What? Okay, so he's saying that that scene would have been worse if it was done in that way in Endgame. But... what? Both... I don't get it. Both scenes on the Snyder Cut and the Whedon, they have the same thing. The cocky Superman saying something, saying a one-liner when he arrives. So
well, in isolation, I like the idea of like Superman saying, "Oh, is this guy still bothering you?" It's obviously like, I don't know, a bit cheesy, I guess, but
well,
I don't know.
I like it, but it wouldn't work well, I think, with this version of Superman. Like that third act Superman in the Snyder Cut is really out of character for him in the other films. I don't know about the Whedon because I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, it's really out of character.
I'm straying away from education and just trashing Josstice League again, but the point is that as a filmmaker you have to build upon what has come before instead of spitting in his face just because you think you have some good saliva in your mouth.
What are you saying?
Oh, so he goes, how is that? My thing is, so he shows, he's like, oh, you have to build on stuff from the previous films, and then he shows, like, Batman branding, and then the scene below it is him absorbing the parademon shots into his gauntlets, and it's like, how do those two correlate? What do you mean?
They don't correlate.
Well, it's exactly, yeah. It's a weird visual.
And like then he puts this on screen, which has nothing to do with being respectful to the characters, because this has nothing to do with characterization. Like it's actually consistent with what we've seen of Flash in his own film, so whatever. Like it's unnecessary and I don't really like it, but like that doesn't.
Yeah.
It's like this isn't disrespectful to anything that's been set up before.
Gal Gadot tells you that this boob joke doesn't really fit Wonder Woman, then maybe
she didn't say it didn't fit. She said she didn't want to film it. That's very different things. Like, okay, so Hill House. Mike Flanagan said that the original ending he had written didn't fit the story because it was too tragic. And then he remade the finale. It should be like that shit that it was, the finale of Hill House. So it's like, oh, if the maker of this scene tells you it's not consistent, then that's because it's not. That's an appeal to authority, you fucking moron. The finale of Hill House is still
we were
shit.
doing the... Yeah. We, SK was talking about Winter Soldier in the in the Discord server last night, and some guy was like, is it really up to us as to whether or not something is a character assassination? Isn't that up to the writer? And it was just such a funny conversation.
That's so retarded.
I got so much out of his standards.
That's so dumb. But yeah, like the creators don't know a lot. Why? Just look at Zack Snyder. His film contradicts a lot of shit he's set up before. Like, I don't get. This is so dumb.
To address something else, so there's a frag going on with Rapid and Hyzap, where we got called irrational, with, as you know. Someone called Reva asked, is it the same crowd that Zack Snyder said he can't endorse? And Rapid went, I don't remember. I used to be in the Discord, but then had to make a new account as I lost my other one. Tried to talk to people to get back in, but was ignored, so I said, fuck it. 1, we're not associated with geeks again, because we literally shit on them, and he knows that.
Yeah, we hate
2, at least for me, he never messaged me about getting back in.
He never messaged me either.
So not you. He apparently he didn't message Zod. So therefore, what the fuck? We'll see. So he's lying.
Cool. Great.
Thanks, Rapid.
Pro.
I guess getting cancelled for stealing art and then coming back and blaming us for not being in the community anymore. Yeah, that's a very mature thing to do.
Yeah, like we didn't do shit.
Yep. He's still in the server, by the way, his original account, so.
shut the f up and listen. There can be color and fun in these movies as there is here.
Everyone, this is Alfred. I work for him.
It's badass, Alfred.
But you can't just come into someone else's movie and crank the saturation up to 100.
Why not?
I assumed it was a studio mandated thing, where it was like, we want you to do what you do with the Marvel films.
It's way, like, it's consistent with what Whedon would want his film to look like, way more colorful. But I'm just like, why is it an issue? You have to tell me why it's inherently an issue that he did that. Because I don't think it is. As long as it's done well, which, like, yeah, it wasn't perfect in Whedon Cut, but there are a lot of scenes where the, like, upping the saturation actually made the film look better, especially with, like, Superman's suit or whatever. So,
yeah.
Have to, for example, understand that there's a difference between socializing Bruce Wayne and on-a-mission Batman. A difference that Joss Whedon, as a full-on Marvel director, is incapable of maintaining.
Because in the MCU there are no secret...
No, I don't care what you're gonna say about the MCU. I want you to qualify your statements. That's why I was waiting, you fucking mongoloid. Fucking hell. I'm so good.
Identities and the characters remain mostly the same in and out of their superhero costumes.
It's nanotech.
Yes, because people don't change when they're like, but like, yeah, Bruce. Because like with Batman it's different because Batman is who he is and Bruce is like this personality he created as the billionaire playboy.
Yeah.
Which is like sure, but like it's not an issue to have this. Not inherently an issue. Like Batman still has personality. Like even the Dark Knight, when Joker says, "What do you say?" Like I love troublemakers and shit like that. I don't remember what he exactly said, but Batman's like, "Then you're gonna love me," and it's like, yeah, that's a liner.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know.
Yeah, because
personality.
Rachel kicks him, and he's like, "Ooh, I like you," or something like that.
Oh yeah, I like you. You're a fighter. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're reminding me of my wife. Yeah, he says that you're gonna love me. But yeah, so it's like even then he which is those films are very serious. The Dark Knight trilogy, they take themselves very seriously, but they also have a character that has personality even as Batman. So I don't see why this is inherently an issue. You have to qualify if it's inconsistent or not.
I'd also like to add, it's like this the Snyder Cut, or just Justice League in general, like Bruce or the character of Batman doesn't really have an opportunity to be Bruce Wayne, so I don't see what the problem is here. Like the Snyder Cut does the exact same thing, where it's mainly just Batman getting the League together and working on the working on all his technology that he's going to use to fight the bad guys. So it's odd criticism. That's what I'll say.
Yep, I do not get it.
You like it?
Box for destroying all life on Earth.
Well, I knew you didn't bring me back because you like me.
I don't. Not.
But it's an interesting line when you think, oh, last time they fought and then Superman died. So it's like, what does Batman feel about Superman at this point? It's interesting to get an insight into characters' minds, which we never get in the DCU with Zack Snyder, because Zack Snyder doesn't know what characters are. So, like, we never know what they're thinking. Like, I'm not saying that line is good or anything, but it is better than Zack Snyder's way of characterizing his characters.
Yeah, like, don't get us wrong.
Yeah.
Most of the stuff from Justice League is not great, but it's something.
Yeah, like, you can see where he's coming from when when Whedon tries to add something to the film. With Zack Snyder, just like, why?
Anyway, I'm just venting now, so there you have a few core ways the Snyder Cut improved on Justice League, as built upon younger Filmento's videos. It's only a beginning, but hopefully so is this movie. And the only thing left to do now is finally move on from the pain of the past and set our sights forward. On
no, oh no, dude. This is the most pretentious thing ever. And yeah, the Snyderverse is fucking dead after this, so like...
Yeah, I'm sorry, they're not doing as well for this. You can. Anybody who is tweeting "Restore the Snyderverse," please stop.
I know, yeah, please. I don't. No, please don't. For the love of God.
I don't want more of these.
Based off of based on the leaked stuff that we got about what Justice League 2 and 3 would have been, I think I'll pass.
Oh no, yeah, oh Jesus Christ, that was
Superman's kid becoming the next Batman? Nah.
Yeah, because it's not even Superman's kid, it's Batman's kid, where Batman got Lois pregnant and then Superman raised the kid.
Well, that was in the original storyboard, but then so after BVS, they told Zack, it's like, no, you're not doing the Bruce Wayne and Lois Lane relationship. So it just would have been Superman, because I think Snyder confirmed on his social media thing or whatever.
Yeah, Lois is pregnant for Superman's child.
Yeah, and then he would have became the next Batman. And it's like, oh,
wait.
Okay,
yeah,
then
you said that the Snyder Cut is 1 year after BVS, right?
So yeah, I actually looked into this a bit, and it's Bruce says congratulations to Clark. Can we see the crib? So I'm gonna assume Lois had a pregnancy test, but was it pregnant? Which means she still had sex with someone else, which undermines a lot. And then at the end, she is pregnant with Clark's child. Otherwise, she should have a baby. But no matter what, she has had sex with someone else.
or either she had sex with someone else, or she's been pregnant for over a year and her belly has not even grown.
She is a a thirsty woman.
It's either one or two.
So either way, so one is well, I don't know. I feel like her having sex with someone isn't really necessarily out of character for her, because she's mourning and then she just has sex with someone. But it is weird to reply that she did have sex with someone.
Yeah, there's literally no two ways about it. She would have to have sex with someone.
Yeah, that is really weird. Wait. Let me just change something real quick. Okay.
Josstice League Part 2.
That's not gonna happen. Epilogue, okay.
Oh no.
Hey, the video's over. What are you still doing here? Oh, you want to see the Filmento cut with extra footage? Alright.
No,
I really don't.
I was very hesitant to talk about this at first, but this movie taught me that if you're passionate about something, people will support you and not click off the video. And basically, the extra footage is me just casually...
Right, click off the video. Don't prove his point. Get out.
I want to know what he's saying, Jeb.
No, it's a sponsorship deal. You could already tell. Don't bother.
I think those are characters from Raid.
Oh, really?
Casually discussing my most favorite video game.
My most favorite video game. Yes, I'm gonna. Yep, that was the video, guys. Wait, that's not the one I wanna. Wait, fucking. Where is it? Here. So yeah, that was the video, guys. That the video ended as we saw. We saw the ending of the video. That was great.
Yeah,
amazing video. Well,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm glad that we did this. I'm glad that we 4 hours and a half. Jesus, this is a pretty long ECUM.
Have we said every? I don't think we've said every issue still.
Oh, definitely not. I don't think we mentioned how Batman's gauntlet shouldn't take Superman's laser, or even the fact that he was lasered in the chest, or how Superman killed a bunch of soldiers, or how Cyborg deflects Superman's laser onto the soldiers and the police.
Yeah, and the fun thing is, Batman being able to take it with his gauntlets, make the gauntlets more durable than Steppenwolf's armor.
Yep. Yeah, that I think I mentioned that earlier when well, actually no, because Steppenwolf's armor, it can take the Wait, so okay. So wait. So remember when I said earlier that Steppenwolf's armor being able to take that much energy from the heat coming out from the box, from the mother box, that would mean that Superman's laser is stronger, is hotter, has more energy than the mother box says at that point, which would mean that Batman's gauntlet can absorb more energy than. So would that mean that Batman's gauntlet would survive if it was inside the glass box that destroyed the fucking mother box? Because that would be very OP, don't you think?
In theory, yes.
But okay, all right then.
It's pretty. Also,
I wish they Yeah, go ahead.
I'll let you finish because I'm going to go into a big point.
Okay. Yeah, I really wish they fleshed out that the whole armor thing that Batman was working on. Throughout the movie, it's like like why can't he have a full body suit of it? Well, obviously we'd have to fix the mechanics of it to where it's like, oh, he's able to withstand the Superman heat vision if we still want to keep in the scene of Superman lasering him or whatever.
Right.
But I, because the attempt is there where it's like, oh yeah, we're trying to make it look like Batman is this normal guy adapting to an alien invasion, but like full body suit, that'd make him look a lot smarter. And it's like I wonder if he has the like any of that sort of material on the.
Did BatNick cut out for you, everyone?
Yeah, I do for a sec.
Oh, rip. But yeah, so I guess. Oh, BatNick. BatNick.
Did I seriously cut out? What?
Yep.
Yeah, I think everyone did a bit.
Where did I cut out?
You said about the full body suit.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I was just saying that I would have loved if they fleshed out the idea that Batman was working on materials to fight back against the aliens, but they don't.
Which is something they do quite well with Tony in the MCU, where his suits always adapt to whatever scenario he faced last time, which is I think pretty cool. Like even in his first film, he does that with the fucking freezing and when he gets in high altitudes, and then that's how he uses it to defeat Obadiah, which is pretty cool.
I mean, even in the Whedon cut, they do this better with Batman adapting because he learns the frequency sensitive for the parademons. He goes to integrate that into his suit, learns that can work, and then decides to expand it into the Batmobile.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But to get to a big point I didn't, I really want to cover the lanterns and why Whedon has this issue, but Snyder is worse. So, for people who don't know, lanterns, they protect the sector of the universe from any threat, pretty much, and they work under the corpse, and there's a leader of them. In both cuts, the lantern of the sector where Earth is in die, which, as you can imagine, is a huge deal. There's a lantern dead, and it makes Darkseid / Steppenwolf a huge threat, which means more of the lanterns should be involved now, but they're not. So that issue exists. Now, what Whedon may have saved himself with is by acting as if the lanterns are all gone. Whether they're dead or just they can't operate anymore, we don't know. Snyder confirms they're still around, which means, yeah, they could have helped. There's no two ways around it. And now that two lanterns are at least dead, that kind of damages the world a lot more, definitively. It's like Lantern being dead is bigger than Superman being dead on the universe. Much, much, much bigger. I think BatNick can agree to that.
No, yeah, definitely, because it's like there are quite a few Green Lanterns, and it's like, where's Hal? Well, actually, I think the original intention was to put Jon Stewart in. It's like, oh, okay then, and it's partly because I guess WB didn't want that because they were gonna put him in the HBO Max Green Lantern show. I think that's coming out soon. Not soon. Well, sometime.
Let me check.
But it would have been really nice to get that piece of work, or at least an explanation where it's like, Oa, which is like the planet where the Green Lanterns come from, or not where they come from, but it's like basically their hub world. It's like that would have been a nice piece if you said something like, they're in the Guardians, which is like, what's a good like reference point for the Guardians? I guess thinking like the Watchers in the MCU. I guess for people who don't know about Green Lantern stuff, to where it's like they sort of send the Green Lanterns to do certain things, It's like you could have said, "Oh, they're not around anymore. The Lanterns aren't around anymore." It's like, oh, I guess Jessica Cruz, Simon Baz, I think that's his name, Hal Jordan, Kyle Rayner, none of them around.
And I think it's even worse, and well, it is worse in the Snyder Cut because the stakes are higher. Earth has the mother boxes in the Whedon Cut, but in the Snyder Cut, it has the anti-life equation, which the Lanterns would know about because one died to protect the multiverse from it. So
Yeah.
Earth is like the most important planet to guard in the universe as it stands.
Yeah, and they put a big emphasis on that in the Justice League War movie. Now, I think that's a pretty mediocre movie, but it has bits and pieces of good stuff. But it's like Green Lantern specifies like, or Batman's like, get out of Gotham. This is my territory. And Green Lantern's like, this entire planet is my territory because like you said earlier, the Green Lanterns operate by sectors, or like there's a certain number of Green Lanterns assigned to sectors.
Exactly.
Don't they even mention the
like
sectors in the 2011 Green Lantern show, something like that, where
yeah. Well, it's always like I'm Green Lantern of Sector 2A14,
right.
Sort of thing.
So, yeah. Is there anything else we want to say, or are we ready to never talk about the Snyder Cut ever again?
This film's really garbage. If you think this is good, then you really need to reevaluate your standards. This film is just utter garbage.
Yes.
So, if I had to conclude, I hope for the people watching, especially the ones that didn't believe our take, I hope we've at least convinced you that Whedon is actually better. The document's there for more evidence. Ideally, I also wanted to convince you this is worse than Man of Steel. Because of the world building issues it causes is much bigger in multiple different ways. The Snyder Cut is god awful, and this is his magnum opus, and it's his worst DC film. And for people who go, Whedon is worse because it doesn't have vision, it doesn't have heart, it doesn't have emotion. Remember what you're setting there.
Yeah, and it's also weird to say that when it's clear that Whedon tried to put a lot of heart and character and emotion into his version.
Exactly, and what makes it worse, if you're saying that, but you're not refusing the writing issues are worse, you admit Zack Snyder trying.
Yeah, basically you're saying that authorial intent matters more than fucking the actual quality of the film, which is a very bad precedent to set.
I cut out, annoyingly. Yeah. But what I was going to say is, Zack trying all his effort to make this a good product, to make it good writing, who had all this free will, control and everything, made a much worse film than we did under the constraints. That's what you're admitting. And yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah. So, yeah, this film is really shit. I hate it. People like it. I don't have a problem. I have a problem with
agree.
people defending it. Yeah. Like Alice in chat, she's saying like, "Oh yeah, I think the film is bad. I just enjoy it," which is like, yeah, fair enough. I don't really have an issue with that. So yeah, just for the love of God, do not try to argue that this film is good, and it is also. I think we've proved thoroughly that it's worse than Whedon Cut. Well, I say, but it's probably just Jeb. But yeah, anyone want to say anything before we close off?
I will say, the Snyder Cut like leaves a lot to be desired, because it's like you have all these like really cool characters that have all of these really cool powers, and it's like it's tons of history behind them, and like Zack Snyder just wastes them like so. It's so insulting, because it's like I was saying earlier, imagine like these really cool action sequences where each superhero is teaming up. Like I was thinking about it earlier. The Lego Marvel Avengers game. I don't think it's a very Lego game, but like there's a feature in that where the characters like you can do different combo moves, and it's like callbacks to the like it's
Oh yeah,
references
when you
to
get
the
close
movie.
to another
'Cause
character, you press triangle, and then they do a special combo move.
Yeah, because one of them is like in Age of Ultron, where Thor bashes onto he bashes Cap's hammer, and it makes like a
Oh yeah,
shockwave. It's like, stuff
every
like that's
one of
really
those
cool.
is a callback to the films up until the
Yeah.
game came out, which is really cool.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know, you could get some really cool character interaction too, because we were talking about the Flash earlier and how how his character's like pretty like thin, I guess, or in the Snyder Cut that is, and it's like in the Justice League cartoon show, they put like a huge significance on like the fact that he's sort of the kid of the team. He's like he is the the comic relief, but he's still like, when there is a moment in the show where people think he's dead, like the League thinks he's dead and he's just like sacrificed himself.
Right.
It's a really powerful moment. It's like, that's the show, the comics, not games. There's like 2 Justice League games. They emphasize, they really help explore the powers and like the backstory of each of the characters so much better.
Right.
And as a DC fan, it hurts. It hurts to see that this is what Warner Bros. Let happen.
Yeah, it's really strange. I don't really get it. I just yeah, I guess this is the masterpiece we've been waiting for 4 years. So here we are, the final conclusion to this 8-year journey, which would have been a 4-year journey if the film had come out in 2017, which I find pretty funny. The conclusion is like 4 years into the cinematic universe, but whatever. But yeah, I think that's it. Channels for everyone are in the description. And if you want to check them out, they all make good content. BatNick does a lot of DC stuff, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
If you enjoy us covering bad DC content, he also does that, or good DC content as well. Yeah. And
yeah.
Then Editron, he talks about Doctor Who because he's a fucking nerd. So, there's that. And Zod is making a video on Man of Steel, which oh yeah, WandaVision. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. If you enjoyed our breakdown, he's gonna be ranting about it as well, which is pretty cool. And Zod is making a Man of Steel video, right? Breaking down the 3rd act fight.
Yep, that's taking quite a while. And for good reason, because it's fucking terrible.
Yeah, so as you can see, we're all talking about good media like DC and fucking WandaVision. But yeah, check those channels out. It's all in the description. Thanks everyone for watching. He's up. Thank you for our first super chat. That was pretty cool. So yeah, we'll catch you guys.